Okay, good morning, everybody. To those of you that are here, I'm Peter Graves, and we welcome you as you come in. We are going to start now at 10 o'clock. That's a real-time start at 10, and we want to begin having the athletes So one thing, again, we are going to be starting at 10. 9:30 was our original start. We do want to get the athletes starting to get to the top of the course. Good morning. hello again, everybody. We are now getting word we're going to try to start as close to 9:30 as possible. So athletes, you need to get up the hill and on the course. And a good morning, everybody in the booth here. You're going to hear from Kevin Clarkey, the longtime voice of WPS, and of course the wonderful, talented, and funny Uncle E will join us as well. I'm Peter Graves. All that, a great day of skiing, a little bit different weather today than yesterday with low-hanging clouds. Temperatures may reach up to 54 degrees. It didn't get very cold overnight last night, so we'll be watching the course as well. But again, good morning. The Pro Open presented by Mazda.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tenney Mountain for day 2 of the World Pro Ski Tour. Day 1 under our belt, a beautiful sunny day. Conditions have changed drastically for today as the athletes are at the top getting ready for the first run of the round of 32. It's the New Hampshire Pro Open by Mazda. Saw Chris Hill and Dan Flavin from Mazda hanging around the base lodge, taking a look at the brackets for today, seeing who's who. So right off the bat, we're going to skip over Christian Sovek. He had a bye in the round, so he's going to take the option not to ski in the first round. So we'll start off with Marta Washburn and Jake Jacobs. As we take a look at the results from yesterday, Sovek in the number 1 spot, taking away $10,000. Kevin Clark here with Uncle Lee and Peter Graves. Welcome, gentlemen, back day 2.
Oh, so great yesterday. Beautiful day. Nice crowd. Great award ceremony. Of course, great skiing. Uncle Lee with some really great athletes. We have 8 nations represented here, so we really put the world into World Pro Skiing. We saw, at the upper end, just some fabulous skiing, and they compete for $10,000 today, both men and women. There's parity with the prize money, which, of course, I like, and I think everybody does, and women appreciate it as well. But just terrific day. So glad to be back. Be a different day today because of the shading here. But I'm looking out a little bit. There might be a little bit of brightening. There may be some rain later in the afternoon, about a 60% chance of precipitation as we go throughout the day. But we may be done, Uncle Lee, by the time the rain comes in.
You just covered the weather ideally perfect as any weather person could. You said 60% chance, which gives you a 40% chance of sun. There could be some sunshine, and there could be continued clouds.
It's interesting. I worked after radio in Durango. I worked in TV in Albuquerque for a couple of years, and they wanted me to be a weatherman. And they wanted me to be like George Fishback at KABC in Los Angeles, which he was a professor of meteorology, wore a bow tie. Everybody loved Dr. George. Then, of course, who came? Dallas Raines.
Dallas Raines. Yeah. Oh man, bring in the namesake. So the only way a guy is now this day and age, as I understand it, because my daughter's looking into meteorology, the marketplace is 98% women for weather.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
If you see the women at KABC doing the weather, you'd know why.
Yeah, and so you don't have to know an immense amount of information, right? There's a 2-year school you can go to now, and it's heavily focused on broadcast. And I told my daughter, I go, that is a job that you can have for 50 years. Once you get in, you're in, and you don't have to be right all the time. You can be wrong and still maintain your job.
I did a screen test down there for it, and they liked it, and I wasn't open to it because I wanted to stay with sports a little bit. I worked with Jim Boggio at KOAT at Action 7 News in the Duke City of Albuquerque. Incidentally, speak about that. University of New Mexico, which doesn't have a team anymore, but if George Brooks is listening, one of the pioneers of bringing skiing to UNM and the Logos, which has a great athletic department down there. But they also wanted the SEAL. They wanted the AMS, American Meteorological Society SEAL that could go up as a Chiron. Went a different direction.
We're talking weather, folks, because it's here every day. That's right. It changes every day. Although the first 2 days we had here were like Groundhog's Day. Very consistent.
I like to say, everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it.
Well, that's like a New England Yankees approach to weather, and I agree with you.
And another New England thing, you don't like the weather. Wait a minute.
Right, I was just going to say
true
that.
Everywhere.
That's right. Everywhere. And we're an outdoor sport. We ski in snow, we ski in rain. We ski in sometimes very cold conditions. You think about the nation of Russia, for example, which has been banned from FIS racing since the Ukrainian invasion, but they wouldn't have a ski season if they had to conform to the FIS weather maximum cold. You know what I mean? You're talking about places like Novosibirsk and Siberia and stuff. It's cold.
That's cold. That's cold. There's another thing in the industry, and you can probably relate to this. So when a storm is supposed to come in, right? They say we're to get 2 feet. Okay. If by chance the snow never shows up, you blame it on they. When the snow shows up, you claim we got it, and there's no thanks to they.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
No acknowledgement. The they is mysterious, and they are to blame, but we never give them they gratitude.
Well, weather in TV is a very important thing. It gets big sponsorships by sponsors in television, and it's Johnson State College I'm trying to think what they call it now. They had a name change. It was at Linden State College had a big meteorological program, but we probably covered meteorology enough. I have a great friend, and a shout out. I don't know that he's listening, but Alan Johnson, former U.S. ski team Nordic combined coach, a big supporter of skiing. He loved the weather. We called him AccuAl. And what's the weather going to be today, Al? Well, and he would reel it off. But and think of Olympic Games and stuff and World Championships. Race organizers have a very close relationship with the weather. It's very important.
NASCAR guys probably the most detail I've ever seen. Like they are on the cells. They can see the cell.
Yeah,
a quarter of a mile.
Yeah. Uncle Lee was just saying, maybe off mic slightly, that NASCAR pays really micro attention to the weather, and it goes down to specific turns, I'm told, in NASCAR. And our Parker Bealey, who is doing TV here, works for NASCAR, and she does a great job working with Mark Sassy, who is the host of the TV program. So
yeah, Fox Sports 2, FS2. By the way, this is you folks are hearing this live, and I don't know if we're quite online yet, but
I think we are. Actually.
All right.
Yeah.
If you're listening online, hey, welcome. No matter where you are in the world, on Facebook, World Pro Ski Tour Facebook page, also the YouTube channel for World Pro Ski Tour. Fox Sports 2, FS2. There'll be several shows eventually being put on, and we'll get those specific dates. So just stay on the World Pro Ski Tour page, and we'll give you guys updates.
And
thanks
that
for
is
being
so
here.
important to have a national television contract, because, we don't have thousands of spectators here, but in a way it's made for TV.
Yeah.
The distribution nationally brings World Pro Skiing into millions of living rooms around the country.
I'm sure you get it, and Clarky, you get it as well. You'll get people saying, hey, and it's absolutely random. It's totally unexpected. Like, hey, I'm watching you right now. It's like July. I'm watching you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, July? What? Yeah. So the syndication world all made possible way back by Casey Bennett's father, who worked heavily on Yeah.
That was IMG or no?
No, that was before IMG. Casey Bennett's father helped create what syndicated TV is.
I know Joe J. Jalbert was very involved.
Joe J was involved with it, but Casey Bennett's father down in Hollywood worked on, as I was told by Casey Bennett Jr. Steve Moss led me down that path, but Bennett Productions was responsible for getting syndication out there. But yeah, but Joe J carried it to the next level. The stuff that Jalbert Productions put out there in the airwaves is second to none.
So we would traditionally go from Winter Park to Bear Valley to do our next event. And so we'd leave Sunday night, drive as far as you could, try to get to Vegas. And we get to Vegas and spend
just
the night
outside
in
of
Vegas,
Vegas.
Just outside of Vegas, in Winnemucca, whatever. And the next day we would go into Malibu and go out on Bob's boat. He had an 80-foot boat. And Casey and Ian and the Pro Tour guys, Bob would graciously host us, and out on the boat we'd go and motor around the bay. He was a fantastic guy, and God, we miss Casey
Clarky,
too.
That's
Yeah, we're ready. 2 minutes away.
Oh, wait, I guess. Okay. 2 minute warning. 2 minute warning. But this is a close family, and a lot of us have been around a long time. And part of the joy for me being here this week is to have so many old friends here and the chance to meet. Kevin has just told me Christian Sovik, our winner yesterday from Norway, doesn't need to do his first run, does he? Kevin? Yeah.
He has a bye. There's no athlete to race him. And after 8 runs yesterday and 2 on Friday qualifying, he's smartly going to take that option to rest those legs.
Yeah, well, probably wise. You know, this is tiring. Well 5 hours of racing yesterday, right?
He's also going for the clean sweep, the season sweep. Only 2 races at 4 races at 2 mountains this year, and he's looking to take all 4 wins. Unprecedented.
Yeah, he's pretty powerful, pretty consistent. He doesn't seem to get rattled at all, where some of these guys, they come up against him and seem to crack, as we would say. Bernard Knaus was so dominant back in the 90s, and the poor athletes, they were just demoralized before they got in the gate to race him. They were, you know, it can happen. It can get in an athlete's head that, how can I possibly beat him?
I mean, there's been a lot of talk, Kevin, of what the college skiers have added to this. You know, there's a freshness and vivaciousness kind of with the college kids. They just had the NCAAs a couple of weeks ago, hosted by Dartmouth at the Dartmouth Skiway and at the new Oak Hill Outdoor Center, just 3 miles from downtown Hanover. So, yeah, a lot of them are sore. They're not used to these jumps.
Yeah, the jumps are built perfectly. It just still takes a toll on the body after running them, you know, that many times. Neat run from the round of 32 to the top step of the podium. So, and a lot of these guys aren't used to it. It's just a totally different story. You know, you get to a slalom, you take 2 runs, you're done. You know, you go to the gym and stretch and, you know, do your deal. And
I mean, and you got to try to eat a little bit and stay hydrated as well during that period when you're not racing. So, there are a number of challenges.
Looks like we're getting ready to go, Peter. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Matt Washburn, or Amardo Washburn pulled behind the gates, and there's Jake Jacobs.
Yeah, Jake Jacobs will be on the blue side of things. Over on the red side, Merritt Washburn, skiing out of Bates College, studying environmental science. So these two will set the stage. As you can tell, conditions a little bit different than they were yesterday, but that is the winter sport. Yellow, yellow, green, we're good to go.
So Jacobs with a fast start, but Washburn not taking any time to get out of there. Jacobs on the blue, clean and smooth, over the miles to jump. Anybody's race as they work the midsection of the course where there's more turn shape here. See what kind of surface. Surface looks great. Skis are responding. Jake right there with Washburn. Straighten out the blue course into the Tenney jump. It's Jacobs trailing a little now. Oh, wide goes Washburn, but he holds it together. Jake right there behind him at the finish line. Washburn gets the win, 4.70 for Uncle Lee.
And I think we saw with Jacobs here, skiing east from Glens Falls and reliable racing, he has one of the best starts, Kevin, that I've seen on the circuit.
Super quick, good run for Jake. Uncle Lee, who do we got?
Camden Burke on the red side, Robert Underhill over on the blue side. University of New Hampshire for Underhill, and a longtime veteran, Camden Burke. Mom and Dad are here, and off they go.
Out on track they go. Camden Burke with a powerful start leaves Underhill on the blue side. Burke down in his tuck, gets some good energy out of the ski. He had some great runs yesterday against some of the top guys in the world. So Burke getting after it now, really letting him run. Nice turn shape, gets good energy out of the ski. Right on the panel over the Celsius jump into the Tenney jump. Burke gets it back down to the snow. Man, he is fierce here in the first run. Burke with a strong win there. He gets the max differential. Clean skiing by Burke, 0.7. So Burke on fire.
Yeah, Burke coming out of the gates swinging. Nice effort there. You get a feel for how this is happening. Let's go up top. The red, Max Burvey. He'll go up against Peter Nersnas, representing Norway, skiing out of University of New Hampshire.
All right, Kevin Kiley begins the skates, and the doors open up. Good start. Looks like a little bit of a jump on the red side for Max. He drops down in his tuck, working the ski over the Mazda jump. Quick contact with the snow. You got to get the skis back in the snow quick as possible to make that energy happen into the Celsius jump. Who's going to have the advantage? Looks like red course, not far behind is Petter on that blue, but it's going to be red course getting the win. Max crossed the line first. His differential is 3.54 for Max, 3.54 for Burvey.
So far, so good. You're getting a feel for how this is going. Happy Sunday, day 3 of 3 of racing. We set our sights back to the top of the hill. Gray Flanagan will be on the red course with Jared Marshall on the blue. Jared's coming from Denmark, Maine at 24 years young, while we have a 23-year-old, the name of Gray Flanagan, skiing for St. Michael's College.
Yep, they've had quite a successful ski program there. Qualified some people for NCAA championships on this EISA circuit collegiately. Getting the goggles on now. Choice of lens, very important today. Lights a little bit flat.
Yep, and again, it's going to be Flanagan with that fantastic mullet flowing out of his helmet on the red course, and Jared Marshall on the blue. We'll set the stage and take a breather. Watch the lights go from red to green.
So up at the top, I see Matt Rogers peering over the top of the World Pro Ski Tour banner. Randy Patson and Kevin Kiley organizing the athletes as we move through the round. Kiley starts the cadence. Now yellow to green will go, and back in the tails of the skis they will go. Out on track, looks like Flanagan on the red gets a jump. Is a powerful guy, really doing the high clear at the beginning of the course over the Mazda jump. It's all about Gray Flanagan. Ooh, back in his tails. Ooh, he's all kinds of twisted, but he's really letting it roll in the red. Strong run on the red course for the first run here. Again, Gray, hands high in the air, that high clear we call it. See if he straightens that last gate. Out across the line he goes with a big win on the first run. Max differential going out to Gray, 0.70. So that's the maximum differential. So if you win by over that, it does not matter. The max differential gives an opportunity for the athlete to possibly come back in the second run, make it exciting as we move on, Uncle Lee.
Gray Flanagan, nice work on a gray day. Let's go to Max Hausman on the red course, and you're looking at Topher Davenport on the blue course. One from Colorado, one's coming from Germany. That's Max Hausman, who you're looking at on screen right now. Red Hausman, Davenport blue.
A little bit of fog up there from that faraway camera shot. The up-close shot here's it up a little bit as lights go from yellow to green, and out on track they go. Hausman on the red. Looks like Topher Davenport got a quick start. Straighten it out up on the blue side. Down to the bullet into the Mazda jump. Touching down. About a dead even run as they hit the midsection of the course where there's more turn shape. Got to keep the power on the top of the turn over the Celsius jump. Into the Tenney jump, anybody's race. Guys hammering away in the panels as we work our way to the beginning of the first run. Across the line, it's going to be a win for Hausman. A close run there, 0.052, 0.52.
It's a blink of the eye, 0.52. Hausman, you got an advantage going into the next run. Good to have you here. Topher Davenport skiing out of Colby College. Yeah, fog getting a little more prominent, but we continue on. Jackson Musial. Musial is going to be on the red next to Alex Berkner out of Logan, Utah. The 26-year-old skied out of CU, and he is up on the red course.
So they skied each other yesterday in the first round, where Musial got the better of Berkner on both runs, and see what Musial and Berkner will produce today. So Berkner gets up against the doors a little bit, kind of slowed his energy as Jackson Musial a little more patient into the pitch they go. Berkner out in front. Musial drops down to his tuck, touching down over the Mazda jump, throws a little stivvy there to get the line adjusted. Into the second jump he goes. In over the jump, the Celsius jump. Looks like it's Musial's caught up with Berkner down over the Tenney jump. Musial down to the ground first. He's going to get the win on the red course side. Across the line goes Musial, winning it by 2.26, a 0.226 for Jackson Musial on his fourth run.
Agreed. Here we go. Baldassari will feature himself on the red course, while Hayden Dahl, who had a good time yesterday, finished in 4th place in his maiden voyage at the Pro Tour. So Hayden is on the blue. Baldassari is on the red. Look at that focus, that intent. And we're ready to go with the next duel.
So good to have Jay back with us.
All athletes get right back up to the top. All men athlete that have finished, you're doing the same thing all over again very shortly. So do not stand around at the base. Please get back up to the top. Lickety-split.
They'll just switch courses. And here they are in the starting gate. Welcome, everybody. World Pro Ski Tour presented by Mazda. A big welcome to all of our fans and to those of you watching globally on the World Wide Web. And a lot of people were watching yesterday, Uncle Lee.
Yeah, the power of the internet, it's a real deal. So you folks that are watching in a different time zone, welcome, bienvenue, good day, aloha. If you're watching in Hawaii, I highly doubt you're watching in Hawaii because it's really early over there, like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Surf World that I take part in the Surf World, and there's people watching all over the globe at all hours. We get it. The message board is great.
And the same thing is true, I mean, collegiately, when they live stream, parents in Oslo and, in Berchtesgaden, Germany, and many, many places around the world are watching. So we welcome all of you. And Uncle Lee, we've talked about how much fun this circuit is. It's different than World Cup racing,
very much
for
so.
sure.
Yeah, good. A different type of energy, a little more relaxed. You can actually go up and talk to the athlete. There's not a coach or a press manager kind of like blocking you. Different stakes, right? Different tour, and it's a lot of fun. That's the key out here, because we got into skiing as youngsters for the sheer fun and excitement of it. And if you can maintain that throughout your competitive career, which isn't easy to do, once you lose sight of the fun, boy, it becomes a challenge.
Yeah, that's right. And not putting too much pressure on yourself, but of course it's nice to walk away with $10,000 in cold cash on the World Pro Ski Tour.
We're going to take just a little break briefly. We're going to reshuffle the deck. Just a little technical hoo-ha going on here. We'll be right back with more from Tenney Mountain to the World Pro Ski Tour.
Uncle Lee, can you set it up for us at the top?
Yes, I can. It's Hayden Dahl over on the left-hand side of the blue course. Jay Baldessari on the red course. Green lights, racing.
Number 4 on the hill yesterday. Jay Baldessari's got his work cut out for him against Hayden Dahl as they roll the first run of the round to 32 over the Mazda jump here in the Pro Open by Mazda. So out in front is Dahl. Baldessari putting together a solid run down in his tuck. Oh, Jay is the rep for 10th Mountain Division whiskey, which we were sampling last night. So across the line they go. Max differential going to Hayden Dahl. So we'll keep rolling through here. 0.7 going to Dahl in their first of 2 runs.
And the next pair at the top, Uncle Lee, we look in at the intensity in the start gate.
Yes, Temeretskloo. Zachary Temeretskloo is going to be on the red course. That's on the right-hand side. Look it up. Tegan Turner on the opposite side. He has 4 dogs. He's not afraid to lay it on down. Let's wait for the lights to change to start this one off.
So Temeretskloo behind the doors. Apologize yesterday as we tried to adapt to pronunciation of all these names our first time around. So Temeretskloo in the
Hopefully
gate.
we got it pretty close, Kevin, today.
Yeah, we're working on it. So he's facing off against Tegan Turner. A couple of rookies here. One from Canada, one from the United States. Here we go. We get the start cadence begins. Back in the tails of their skis they go. And out on track, Temeretskloo, strong start, gets a little bit of a jump over Tegan Turner. Down into the tuck they go, trying to get the energy out of the ski as quick as possible, build some momentum. Temeretskloo out in front, strong turns through the midsection where there's a little bit more turn shape than the rest of the track. Temeretskloo with the advantage over the Celsius jump. Turner trying to close the gap. Into the Tenney jump they go. Made up a little bit of a margin, but it's still all the Canadian at the finish line. He'll take the win by .324 for Zach. 3-2-4.
And forgive my ignorance, Kevin, and everybody else, but I wanted to ask you, is this a different course set than yesterday, or is it about the same?
It's about the same. Garrett made some adjustments, so it's not really can't reset with these kind of conditions. If we could put the groomer on it and get a perfect surface and it's freezing overnight, we'd reset. But traditionally, we try to, the hill will really dictate what you can set because it's, only so wide, and Barrett doing a great job as usual.
Ivor Nass on the blue course, representing Norway, the 22-year-old skiing out of UNR, University of Nevada, Reno. And on the red course, Julius Monshine, the 22-year-old skiing for Plymouth State University. His favorite skier, the Canadian Eric Reed, who had success in Taos last season.
Yeah. So we have two Norwegians then in the gate right now. Julius Monshine from Plymouth State, the local ski team from Oslo, 6'3".
Out on track they go. Looks like Julius gets a little bit of a jump. Monshine over on the red course side. But right there with him is Nace into the Mazda jump. Red course, maybe a little quicker in the midsection, but here comes Nace on the blue. Over the next jump they go, the Celsius jump. Blue course taking advantage on this run. Nace out in front over the Tenney jump, closing in the red. Is Monshine across the line they go. Win going to Monshine with a time of a .153. 153 advantage on the red course side. 153.
All right, good job for both of them.
We got it moving and grooving now. Down it's Gunnar Travis, attending Boston College. He loves himself a little Ted Liggety. He's on the blue. Marcus Stanley, the rookie at 19 years young, skis out of Loveland Ski Club. Red course, he's focused, he's dialed.
All right, waiting for the start cadence to begin as Stanley rocks back in his tails, trying to get that cadence down. So important to do it, time it just perfectly. You want to rock back in your tails and move forward all in the same movement. You don't want to get up there and stall. It's hard to stay up there and wobbling around as you anticipate the lights going green. So these guys are kind of getting used to it as work through the rounds. Both these athletes, rookies on tour, so an important learning part of the process here on the World Pro Ski Tour. There they go, yellow to green. Doors open simultaneously. Out on track they go. So looks like it's going to be Stanley with the advantage after the red. Looks like Travis came up against the doors a little bit there, slowed his forward progress, but they're even off the Mazda jump. Working the midsection of the course where it's a little bit bumpy off that top jump, but back in the groove they go. Over to Celsius jump they go. Looks like blue course. Looks like it's Travis pulling away a little bit. Gunnar Travis at the line. Who's going to be crossing first? It's a win for Stanley, a narrow one. .041041 for Marcus Stanley.
And Clarky, I'm kind of thinking with the ceiling so low here and fog, it may be that the course is a little faster than yesterday, do you think?
They say it's hard. They called it rattly.
Yeah.
That's a great description, yeah. You feel your molar is starting to loosen up.
Yeah.
All right.
Eyeball shaking.
See, SLU, St. Lawrence University, on the helmet of Charlie Welch. They call him Chuck. He's originally from Steamboat Springs. He's 20 years young. He's on the blue. Let's go to red. Another Steamboat Springs skiing out of Bates College, Kyle Kagan. And they're ready for their first run of two here in the round of 32.
So Kagan red, Welch blue, waiting for the start cadence to begin on this gray day here.
I love to see the college skiers toting their college colors, and you see the St. Lawrence University on his helmet there, which is really cool. All right, we are going to be getting going again in our Pro Tour presented by Mazda.
So these two rookies up there rocking back in their tails, trying to plan their exit strategies. The lights go green, out on track they go. Our first run of the round of 32. Kagan red, Welch blue. Down in the tuck, still trying to get every bit of energy out of that ski as you press it over the Mazda jump. Dead even. Maybe a little bit advantage on the blue course. Hard to tell as the camera angle changes. He got the green and orange dye for St. Patrick's Day. As he's wide and wild there.
Sat back.
And he's still wide and wild. Blue course taking the win. Welch taking advantage. Kagan's, he almost got spit out there, Peter.
Yeah, he did, but that was a great recovery. I I love to see that. There's no giving up here. Uncle Lee, we have another pair at the top.
Like clockwork, they load him on in on the blue. Alec Nolan, Fort Wayne, Indiana, the mecca of all things skiing. He's attending St. Lawrence, studying economics. That's him on the screen right there. Over on the right-hand side, you got yourself Nick Kerwood. That's with a K, out of Boston College. He's 20 years young, all about skiing, and competed in the World University Games a couple years ago in Lake Placid. Here we go.
Let's back up for a second. Charlie Welch won that run, 1:45. Out on track they go. Kerwood had a good day yesterday, making it all the way to the quarterfinals. So what's going to happen today? Touching down in the bullet, looks like Kerwood really working that ski nicely, getting some energy out of it, pulling away over Nolan over the jump. Kerwood still really getting some good energy out of the ski over the Tenney jump. He's going to win this one at a good margin. Across the line goes Kerwood with some great skiing yesterday. Backing it up today. Max differential going to Nick Kerwood on their first of two runs in the round of 32 over Alec Nolan.
And it's time for more fog. Look at that. Keegan Burke, one of the two Burke brothers in the mix. This is the older one living out in Ladera Ranch, California. He's on the red side. And then you got Charlie, don't call me Chuck Lang, the 24-year-old skiing for Boston College.
Yeah, great alpine ski team down there. They regularly qualify people for the NCAA championships.
So let's see what Burke has for the rookie Lang here. Out on track they go. Burke drops into his truck, trying to stay as aerodynamic as possible. Big, strong guy, but the youngster Lang over there working the ski. Into the pitch they go. Burke starting to fall behind Lang a little bit, but still there over the Celsius jump. Burke puts it down about dead even with Lang over the Tenney jump. Burke right there with him. Who is it going to be at the line? Looks like Lang's going to cross first, taking the win by .093. Burke keeping it close all the way.
We talked a little bit about the weather, and it looks like all of these racers are wearing amber goggles today, but that's really important because it shows more definition in the nuances of the course.
And he's rocking the purple goggles. That's Van Glantz. Yeah, out of 2023 Pennsylvania state champion. And then Tyler Conrad had a little breakfast with this guy this morning.
Yeah, I spoke to him too.
Yeah, he's a Norwegian. He's our eldest in years. Lots of experience. Married to Hedda Bernsen, who will see another Norwegian in the ladies side of things. So, Glantz blue, Conrad red. We're ready to rock.
I believe he skied at Middlebury. Is that right? Or we'll have to check that. But.
So we had a quick conversation coming across the bridge today. He was done inspecting, and he was the one that said, little rattly. Try to find the groove we talked about. He said, got to put your foot in the rut, no matter if the rut's away from the gate. Good, powerful start for Conrad. The youngster, Van Glantz, over on the blue side with the advantage here through the midsection. A little more turn shape in there as they work their courses over the Celsius jump. It's the youngster Glantz out in front over Conrad over the Tenney jump. It's going to be the blue course with the win. Across the line they go. Differential going to the blue course. Van with a .497.
We talked about it yesterday, Clarkie, but it is also, this is a sprint. Relatively short course. And the other thing is you can't overthink it. You just got to kind of go with the flow a little bit. But we've seen some great recoveries. And, you know, for my money over the years, Bodie Miller probably is the leader in making just recoveries that shouldn't have been possible. But for those of us that grew up in New England, you know, and you ski on ice sometimes, Franconia and places like that too, it's great training, you know, for your mind and stuff. And Bodie was, he did some recoveries that nobody should have been able to come out of.
So I had a conversation with Ben Drummond. Ben's coaching now, and one of my young athletes who's very fast, and she doesn't train much. She's not that serious about it, but when she gets there, she's quick, and she goes, it's rowdy in the back seat. And Ben goes, yeah, but it's dangerous.
Yeah, well, that's well said.
Yeah,
risky.
Backwards twisting falls are the nemesis of skiing. That's it. Yeah, Bodie made a career out of that, right?
Yeah. What an unbelievable skier and great Olympic champion he was, and voice of the sport for so long.
We're looking on screen for you folks that are watching live here on the big screen, loading in on the left-hand side. That's Philippe Forchek, representing Czechia.
The big guy.
He is a big, tall drop of water. Over on the right side, Ryan Claremont allegedly he withdrew yesterday and said, you know, I had so much fun, I would like to race again. So he's back. So Claremont in there, he's got his work cut out for him. Sponsored by, looks like Milwaukee Saws. So see if he can't cut his way through this one.
Vortek out of Czechia, formerly the Czech Republic, and we're ready to go.
Vortek was sitting in the base lodge thinking that Ryan wasn't going to show up, so we had to quickly hustle him up here. Vortek, number 2 in the podium, number 2 in qualifying. Can he? Oh, boy, got a little bit inside there. Lost that outside ski for a second. So, surprisingly, Vortek with a little mistake up there, but first rounds, he knows what he has to do. Is your number 2 on the World Pro Ski Tour. And second step of the podium, yesterday, Vortek across the line.
Former Olympian out of Pilsen in Czechia.
In Claremont, he started a business, got married, and had a kid in the last year. So maybe that was part of the reason. He's like, I'm not sure I got the time on Sunday to race, but he figured it out. He's out here for the love and the passion of the sport. That's it for run number 1 of round of 32 men. We'll lock and load him and put him back up top and reseat him.
All racers, please get to the top immediately so we can keep this flow going for you. And we're gonna, I think, we'll take a short break, very short, and we'll be back with you live from Tenney Mountain in New Hampshire, World Pro Ski Tour, and we will be right back.
1, 2, 3,
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose a detour. That was interesting. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Yeah, that's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose the things you love. Good boy. You know what? Choose love. Choose your path. And while you're out there, get your hands dirty. Choose to make something. Choose loud. Actually, choose quiet.
2, 3,
Choose to feel it. Choose now. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. You know who you are.
I wake up. Look at me now, you better just. Let's go. Don't let me tell you again, I'm coming to win and coming to lose it. Don't let me tell you again. Get out the way.
Looking for a ski resort that delivers big mountain fun, where you can maximize your time on the slopes? Welcome to Tenney Mountain, with thrilling runs, 5 times more snowmaking coverage new this year, and a variety of trails for all levels. Tenney offers the ultimate independent resort experience. Tenney features 1,500 feet of vertical drop and 130 acres of terrain, located less than a 2-hour drive from Boston. Join us for the next World Pro Ski Tour in March. Tenney Mountain, perfect for your next winter adventure.
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
As the founders of Surefoot, Bob and Russ Shea are obsessed with creating the perfect ski boot for you because they know that a properly fitted custom ski boot will make you a better skier, whatever level you're at. At Surefoot, they've developed a process that guarantees the perfect fit for each customer, and of course, they are obsessed with the process.
We have 300 experts in Surefoot on the world that all use the exact same process.
Surefoot, better fitting, better skiing.
For the best deal on the best shed or garage, visit toughshed.com.
Let's meet at the intersection of security, innovation, and agility to excel in today's complex digital business world. Let's meet an increasingly connected world with clear vision and realize its impact on our daily lives. Let's meet the demands of a new kind of workforce and enable employees to work smarter and live better. Let's meet the next technological frontier.
All right, back to the top we go. The
Blue Mantis.
second round of the round of 32 about to get underway. Oh, it is underway.
Yeah, I'll say so.
And Martin Washburn. Washburn with the advantage over Jacobs on the first run. He's got the blue side. Jacobs trailing now in the red, trying to stick it in the rut, see what he can do, stick with it. Oh, Washburn's all twisted around, but he rights the ship as he goes off the Celsius jump. We talk about that upper body, lower body separation. When you get twisted, those skis can get away from you, but not on that run. Washburn advancing into the round of 16 to face off against Christian Sovak.
Yeah, there's so many, and you have, with your stellar commentary, you have pointed out that there are a lot of angles in this that you don't see in World Cup skiing. Uncle E, over to you to set it up.
One half of the Burke brother equation. This is the 36-year-old Camden Burke on the blue. Robert Underhill representing. He's going to school at University of New Hampshire studying physics. How's that? A bachelor's and master's in business administration. And the advantage on this one, max goes to Camden Burke.
Yeah, Burke with a great run. In combined time during qualifying, Burke was fourth quickest on the hill, and he had a great showing yesterday against the best in the world. So what's Burke got today? He's got that advantage, 7/10. He doesn't have to hammer away at it. You still want to get a feel of the course. Ooh, a little bit inside, tipping in there. He's got that 7/10. So Underhill can win the run, but not advance because 7/10 is hard to make up. So Burke can just kind of coast it in here. Underhill's going to cross the line first. He only wins by 1.37. Burke had 7/10 of advantage over the first run. So Burke goes on into the round of 16. So strong skiing by Burke.
I know that makes mom and dad happy down below, and brother Keegan yet to come up. See if he can do it as well. But let's move on over to Max Burvey. Vail, Colorado is where he learned to ski, and he spends a lot of time. 19 years young. That's Burvey on the left-hand side. Then Peter Nersnas, a 24-year-old from Norway. He's on the red, and the advantage on this one, slight advantage.
Backing out of the gate, Uncle Lee, Peter Nersnas skis for University of New Hampshire, longtime ski program. He's had some very good results collegiately, including at the UNH Carnival in 2021, a second place in slalom, third place at Colby Slalom, and the 2023 UNH Giant Slalom. There is a lot of good collegiate skiing here in the West and in the central region of the country as well.
And a little known fact, he's also a regular contender for the most handsome person in the league. That's Nersnas. Did you know?
That's like Chris Waddell.
There you go.
He was one of People Magazine's 50, I guess, hottest men. Or
yeah, right behind you, I think, right?
Yeah, right behind me. Yeah.
And then there's Max Burvey, he is the son of the legendary camera operator, one of the all-time greats for Warren Miller Entertainment, along with the likes of Tom Day and Gary Nate. Rest in peace, Gary.
Yep.
A lot of legends
doing big mountain stuff.
Yeah, with a big long lens. He used to shoot with film, having to reload. I'm dear friends with Tom Day, and he said, "What a dream digital is this day and age."
A couple of the cameras down there are actually studio cameras. They're big, long lenses, and it's a little bit of spritzing going on there. Different venues have it. We have it today here, Mount Hood. We talked about off-camera has it, and it's famous as it's called Colon Fog at home in Colon, which is right on the Oslo Fjord, and it's foggy and wet a lot of the time.
Yep, a little bit of moisture
and
out
officials are paying close attention to the course, and if there is a need to salt, if you're new to our sport, the salting helps harden the course.
I got a story we'll share about the 2010 Olympic Games after when we have a breather about a course that made it just in time. I'll leave the dangling carrot there.
Yeah. So they're behind the gates. I hear John Jacobs from Reliable Racing are out on course, getting the repair done. These slalom poles from Reliable Racing, B-net, fencing. Get all your ski area supplies, Reliable Racing, as we wait for, he says, and Burvey to go. So back in the tails they go. Doors will open up when it goes green. You got to time it just right to get the most energy out of it, not come against those doors. Nicely timed over in the blue course, both athletes out on track, working the ski. As you have to so hard at the top there, get that energy out of over the Mazda jump. It's Burvey with that advantage. He had the advantage after the first run of .354, did Max. We look back at the tops there. Is Burvey out in front. Petter riding the rut, trying to keep it close. Oh, Burvey all twisted around, but he's going to get it done and on into the round of 16. We'll go Max Burvey to face off against Camden Burke in that round. Who do we got next, guys?
Next up, it's going to be Gray. Don't call me Gary Flanagan and Jared Marshall. I wonder how many times teachers got that one confused. You know, Gray is not a common name. It's a color that's synonymous with today's weather, that's for sure. But Gray Flanagan is skiing, doing an internship or looking for an internship in Colorado Springs. Civil engineering is his game face. Jared Marshall, coming from Maine originally, and he's studying out of Colby. Who's got the differential on this one?
Flanagan with a big one, .70 as they drop out onto track. He's on the blue course, and they work into the Mazda jump, touching down about dead even. But once again, with a 7/10 advantage in these early rounds, you can see some of these athletes try to save some energy, but not on this run. He's going to give it all. So looks like, oh, little twisters. I was talking about that. So yeah, little fun here on Pro Tour. He got a big smile on his face. He knew he had that in hand after the first run with 7/10 advantage. So he moves on, wins a run with a .054. So.
Yeah, people are getting an advantage on the red course, maybe the last 3 gates or so, just the way the terrain is. All right, we're ready to go back to the top. And Uncle E will set it up. We have a Max Hausman coming up, right?
You got it. Max Hausman has a slight advantage. He is now on the blue course. He's going to go up against Topher Davenport. Dav had some good success in the first round yesterday, then bumped out after the round of 16, but some great racing yesterday. Let's see what today holds.
So one of the closest runs in that first round, only 0.52 going to Hausman. So let's see what happens. We saw some close ones yesterday with small margins. Hammering the way in the course is Davenport on the red side as they came out of the start over the jump. Davenport may have an edge. This is a close one. Into the Celsius jump they go. Oh, twisted and wild on the blue course slide. Scrambling Hausman to try to get back on line. Davenport takes advantage of that. Oh, Davenport scrubbing some speed now. It's going to be Davenport with the win, a .139, .139. They're looking back and forth at each other. That was a close one again. Davenport wins the run, .139, and he will advance into the round of 16.
There was a little sloppy jalopy by both of them there, but it all worked out well in the end for Davenport. He's going on to his second day of the round of 16.
Yeah, Hausman had .052, so Davenport turned it around to advance.
Jackson Musial next up. He's on the blue course this time with a .226 advantage. He is facing up against red course Alex Berkner. Berkner out of Logan, Utah, skied for CU Buffalo, studying physiology, minor in business and sociology. Again, the advantage here is going to go to Jackson with a .226.
And Logan, very near Snow Basin, which is the location of our speed events at the 2002 Olympic Winter Games. If you didn't know, Salt Lake was awarded the bid for 2034. I figured I'm about 84 then. I'm hoping to be there.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a great mountain, and Logan is a great town.
It's on the Icon Pass, so it's been subjected to a lot more, let's not call it tourism, a lot more play than it once had before. It was a very quiet resort, and on weekends, boy, you got to get there early.
And I don't know if, because the bid is relatively new, Fraser Bullock is running it, very, very competent guy. A lot of the team from 2002 will be working the 2034 games. I don't know where the speed events, if they'll go back to Snow Basin or not. I don't know.
Not yet. Don't know. Deer Valley will be the side of freestyle. We know that from moguls and aerials. Park City, he'll have pipe and slope. Anyway, that's 2034. That's 9 years out.
Yeah, and Cortina will be next year.
That's the truth. Okay, here we go. All right, we're fixing manners, making sure that gates are all dialed in. Welcome in. If you're watching at home on Facebook, on the World Pro Ski Tour page, awesome. If you're here watching live, get on your social devices and let people know that this is happening. Here goes. Musial on the blue, Berkner on the red.
Oh, Berkner gets a jump on Jackson. He's trying to make up a .226 over Jackson. Musial settles in now, working the ski. So important to stay focused on your own course, not let the fact that your athlete's out in front of you. Musial. Oh, wide is Musial.
Oh, way
Tough
wide.
break for Musial there. He scrubs some major speed, but he's back in it, pushing hard. He had a 2.26 advantage after the first run, but that's gone away. Across the line goes Berkner, winning it by 5.18, turns it around. Tough break for Musial. One mistake in a 24-second course. You can't afford any. Smile on his face. A great experience for an athlete that came through our program at Attitash. Great to have him here.
Yeah, there's no margin for mistakes. Yesterday, Marco Odermatt, who's had a fantastic season on World Cup, clinched his 4th World Cup crown.
No big surprise there. Love that Swiss ripper on the Stokely.
They've got a strong team now.
Do they ever? I'll tell you what, we're going to say present day. This is a Stowe, Vermont individual by the name of Jay Baldessari. Fun name to say, fun guy to watch. He's on the blue course. Hayden Dahl, the pride of the Dahl family, took 4th yesterday. He's off and running on the red course.
So down the pitch they go. Let's see who's going to advance. Again, Dahl a big 7/10 advantage. So Dahl probably going to try to save some energy this run. He knows 7/10 is probably about a gate or maybe 3/4 of a gate. So he's out in front. Jay Baldessari just having fun. Glad to be here. He's raced with us in the past. So Baldessari and Dahl moves on into the round of 16 to face off against Alex Berkner. So Hayden Dahl goes on.
Dahl, well done, Dahl. Let's go to Tegan Turner and Zachary Temeretsklou. And it's going to be the advantages. Tiglu is his nickname. Zachary, coming from Toronto, Canada. Sounds like a Greek name. I'd love to get the backstory on the family heritage there. Zachary's into spike ball, loves his friends and his family. That's on the blue course. Turner over there, they call him Tigo. He's got 4 dogs. He's ready to light it up. Who's got the advantage, Kevin? Here we go.
So Zach had the advantage after the first run. Back in the tails of his skis, it was a 3.24. And Turner with an explosive start to try to put the pressure on early to make up that 3.24. So let me explain to you. A 3.24 advantage or any advantage, you could still lose the run as long as you have enough margin in that advantage. So out in front now, Turner putting the pressure on the blue. So on the red course side, so across the line they go. Turner wins the run by 0.11, not enough. So on goes Zach.
Tegan Turner out of Colby College, 22 years of age. Colby with a long ski tradition. And there is Monchen of Germany.
Of Norway.
Norway, excuse me.
The last name is German. You're correct in that. And he's got a Julius, a Roman first name. Julius Monchai from Norway against Ivar Bolde Nas over on the red side of things. In the advantage is .153 going to Moonshine. Of course.
So Moonshine comes out on track on the blue course. Looks like Nace got the jump on him on the red from that perspective. 2 big, tall guys over the Mazda jump. Looks like blue course straightened it out with the advantage after the first run of a 1.53. As things get wild, there's a turn shape between the 2 jumps. Blue course still with the advantage, and he had that advantage after the first one. Norwegians, a rookie on the blue, will cross the line first, and on he will go, winning the run by .402. On goes Julius.
Yeah, so Julius will advance. You're right, he is, of course, from Oslo. Top 30 skier generally in the EISA carnivals.
And we're now looking at Gunnar Travis on the red course. He'll go up against Marcus Stanley on the blue. A couple of rookies to this tour. They had some fun success yesterday. The advantage is going to be slight by .041. That's a half a blink of an eye for Marcus Stanley. And they're locked up top. Let's watch the gate color change.
Okay, and Uncle Lee, they are on course.
So Stanley with the advantage after the first run. Let's see what happens. So 0.41 is So Stanley with that advantage. Over to the blue course side. Into the pitch, into the bottom jump they go. Anybody's race. So looks like it's Stanley in control, winning the first round and winning the backing up on the second round here. So Stanley wins.
Those margins are so small in the victory. The blink of an eye.
Yes, Stanley will go up against the winner of this next heat, Kyle Kagan or Charles Welch.
Chuck with the advantage, Glee, 0.145.
You look at Kagan right there, number 22, getting it fixed in the start gate. And you can see sometimes that the athletes really psych themselves up, a little bit of rituals that are very common, that are very comforting. St. Lawrence University up on course too.
Chest pounding's a big one up there.
Yeah, you see it a lot.
A lot of chest
kind
pounding.
of aggression.
Yep. Kyle Kagan out of Bates College up against Charlie Welch. He likes to build Legos for meditation. He's on course in the red.
So Welch with the advantage after the first round of narrow, 1.145. He gets the jump on that course over Kyle Kagan. Welch touching down first. A little bit of his Stevie there, sets it up. A little bit rough over that red jump. 2 gates after it. Gets a little bit chattery. He's in control of this run. Like Welch on the red, has it in control, won the first round on. He will go into the round of 16 to face off against Marcus Stanley. On goes Welch with a win on that round of a .279.
Well done, Welch. You'll join Stanley in that next round as stated. And we'll look at Kerwood and Nolan coming up next. Kerwood's mama, proudly watching most likely, or maybe she's skiing powder. Her name's Brenda Buglioni, member of the U.S. ski team many moons ago and doing all sorts of media for the industry still. Alec Nolan, he will be charging down from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the 23-year-old, attending St. Lawrence University studying economics.
So that run, see Kerwood with that big advantage. He's got 0.7 of a second. So he knows he doesn't have to put out 100% on this run. It's going to be a long day. You got to learn to pace yourself, but you can never discount Kagan. Smooth, clean off the jump through that rough section, hanging in there good. Kerwood got 0.7 of advantage. Kagan going to need to beat him by about a gate to make that up. Kerwood just steady and solid in there. Oh, wild there, trying to do what he could. Didn't happen today. It's going to be Kerwood advancing into the round of 16 with a DQ at the bottom there for Nolan.
Well, that's too bad. Boy, that again was almost highlight reel skiing. We go press in to the top. Oh, we're going to look back here and watch this.
Oh, yeah. Weight on the
Cowboy.
tails. Wow. Ooh.
Man, he rodeoed down that course.
That's a groin pull.
Yeehaw! Nice work. Keegan Burke, the elder state's brother. He's on the left. That's blue course. Lang, that's Charlie. Takes a deep breath. He got inspired by Ted Ligety as a youngster, and here he is at the Pro Tour studying a master's in finance. And the colors are changing now. Let's see what happens with Burke and Lang.
So Lang with .093 advantage. So it's anybody's race. Burke over to the red course side. Excuse me, blue course. Lang with that advantage, a slight one. Burke flying wide and getting a little bit offline. Lang fight for it. Burke really puts him. Oh, Burke all over the place, but he is just powering through it. I don't know how he stays with it. Looks like Burke's out front over Lang as they head for the second bottom jump, the Tenney jump. Burke and Lang fighting across the finish line. It's going to be Lang at the line, winning the run by .136. So hard-fought battle by Burke. Not going to be today. On goes Lang.
All right, World Pro Skiing presented by Mazda and Uncle Lee once again to set him up.
Big man from Norway, Tyler Conrad. One half of the equation. We'll see his wife, Hedda, in a little bit over on the right side. Van Glance. Sponsored by Mom and Dad and Swix Wax. We'll see if he's got the right substance on the bottom of his skis for this round. The winner will join the next round with Claremont and or Fjorchek. Advantage goes to Van Glance, .497.
So hopefully our ladies are heading to the top because they're going to start after we wrap up the second run of the round of 32, and then men will go back up and we'll keep the rotation going back and forth between men and women with 2 pair to go. Glance with the advantage of .497 over on the red course as the lights go from yellow to green and explode out on course. Let's go. Light diffuse. Here at the World Pro Ski Tour. Out on track they go. Van with the advantage. After the first run, 4.97 over the Mazda jump. Pretty evenly matched Going to have some magic by Conrad. Conrad pulls up and skis out. It's going to be Van. Ooh, he was twisted before he went off that jump. So advancing into the round of 16 goes Van Glantz. And it's Voracek and Claremont coming up next. But
something was not jiving there for Tyler Conrad. He's been doing this long enough to know that better be safe than sorry. By the by, 1998 Vermont State downhill champion, Tyler Conrad. Shout out to Mom and his beautiful bride, Hedda, out in the crowd, as we set the stage now for our final duel of this round of 32. Ryan Claremont showed up a little bit late. He's got his green and white kit on over on the blue course. He's going up against number 2 on this tour, very fast, the tallest drop of water on the course, strong. His name is Filip Voracek from Czechia. He's on the red with a max differential of 0.7.
So it was about 10:30 last night, and Steve Kelly comes over and says, Clarky, come with me. And Lisa, you come too. We're doing a shot ski with.
Oh, I saw that. That was on the web, wasn't it?
Yeah, with Voracek, who's like 6'4". I'm 5'7". I got the whiskey waterfall.
More and more, you're seeing the body types changing in skiing too. Very powerful. A lot of emphasis on strength.
Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, he can really put the energy into the ski. Is Filip Voracek. He has that 7/10 advantage after the first run over Claremont. So Voracek, once he gets across the line. So girls round of 16 will start after these two finish. And it's Voracek coasting across the finish line to face Van Glantz in the round of 16. We've narrowed the field down to 16 men and 16 women. Women will start next. We'll get the men back to the top, and we'll keep flowing.
And Voracek, of course, was second yesterday. He's a picture of consistency in this sport. So we have completed that run for the men. Here are the World Pro Ski Tour presented by Mazda. And we have much, much more racing to come. Thank you for joining us, everybody.
So we're going to send all the guys up to do a quick slip on the course before the ladies run. Try to smooth things out as we work our way through the field. Gets a little bit choppy and bumpy, so we're going to put a little slip on it. And possibly some salt further on in the day if we get some more moisture on the snow. But right now, with the exception of that second gate on the red course, things are running well. It's a little bit bumpy over that second jump on that red course. First jump on the red course side, that second gate. Uncle Lee, you've seen him bouncing around up there. That's the money turn.
Bouncing around, bouncing around. You see the ladies on the screen. They're stretching out, getting ready. We're going to take a break here from Tenney Mountain, get a Fresca, maybe a coffee, probably a Celsius, and we'll be back with the ladies racing in just a bit. It is quite moist out, and it's going to keep going great here at Tenney.
Let's meet at the intersection of security, innovation, and agility to excel in today's complex digital business world. Let's meet an increasingly connected world with clear vision and realize its impact on our daily lives. Let's meet the demands of a new kind of workforce and enable employees to work smarter and live better. Let's meet the next technological frontier together. Blue Mantis.
Thinking about college? Then you should think about the University System of New Hampshire. Here in New Hampshire, you'll join a robust community spread across 3 institutions, each committed to getting you hands-on experience to launch a career and become part of the thriving economy of industries right here in our state. And you'll do it all surrounded by the natural beauty of New Hampshire. Learn, grow, and thrive in a place as inspiring as your future. The University System of New Hampshire. Your next step starts here.
For the best deal on the best shed or garage, visit toughshed.com.
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
Looking for a ski resort that delivers big mountain fun, where you can maximize your time on the slopes? Welcome to Tenney Mountain, with thrilling runs, 5 times more snowmaking coverage new this year, and a variety of trails for all levels. Tenney offers the ultimate independent resort experience. Tenney features 1,500 feet of vertical drop and 130 acres of terrain, located less than a 2-hour drive from Boston. Join us for the next World Pro Ski Tour in March. Tenney Mountain, perfect for your next winter adventure.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Is 5 actually live right now? Is 5 actually working right now? If 5 wants to move. If 5 wants to move, am I working? Or no? And cut. All right, we got it. I can go home now. That was just the tape. Even though the light's on, it's not. It's just going to tape. That'll never make it any good. We're here to make you look good. No. Good. them slippers. Bunch of slippers. time, yeah. But these guys look like they're getting ready to race. Oh, no. Jackets. That's why I'm over here pointing this way. I'm a creep, but I'm not that creepy, you know.
Welcome back, everybody, to our live coverage of the New Hampshire Pro Open presented by Mazda. And I'm Peter Graves, along with longtime tour announcer Kevin Clark, and also another longtime announcer in winter sports and all sports, Uncle E. So, guys, we have the women coming up here. This will obviously run quicker. Our winner yesterday, Kaya Norby, will be taking a bye, looks like.
Well, she earned it. She walked away yesterday victorious with $10,000 in there. She is just taking it all in.
Not an insignificant amount of prize money. You know, this is, I think it's great.
Not an insignificant. So if we were to get rid of those double negatives, that would be a positive. So a significant amount of money earned by her yesterday. And she's done her hair, especially for you, Kevin, today in the Norwegian Hyper Twist.
Yeah, but she's got the Utah Utes logo on her helmet.
Utes just won the national championships.
They did, and they've won so many under different coaches. Frederick Lonstad is the director of skiing there now, a very capable Norwegian. Also, my college roommate at Fort Lewis for a long time, the late Pat Miller, who won many NCAA championships. But they have a history going back a very long time. All right, we're ready to go.
Simply put, Kaya Norby is just going to feel this one out. The fog is increasing. The course slightly deteriorating over the course of the day, but thank you to our course workers for making this thing be what it is.
And all volunteers, thank you for your incredible help.
So Kaya Norby on a solo run. She has a bye, as we call it. So just want to get a feel for the snow, see what the bumps are running like today. Just get warmed up for the later rounds. So Kaya Norby.
And good for her to take a run. I mean, the more you have in the muscle memory, the more you have in your mind, it's all helpful. Fog, again, setting in a little bit more pervasive right now. Number 25 in the gate.
From St. Michael's College, Helene Christofferson, skiing on those new Van Deer skis, a project between two different companies, one of them being Red Bull, and the legendary Marcel Hirscher has his hand in that as well. Great new company out there. She's Norwegian. Let's go over to Sweden. Hedda Martelur. The Jedi is her nickname. She's skiing out of the University of New Hampshire, and her dad was her favorite skier. On course.
Martelur over on the red course side. That's Hedda, and on the blue, it's Christofferson, as Uncle Lee brought to your attention over the blue jump. It's Helena out in front. Their first of two runs, and around to 16 for the women. As soon as we complete the first run with the women, the guys will go as we watch Christofferson over the Tenney Mountain jump, heading for the finish line. A little bit bouncy late in the rut there. If you don't get that pressure high as they look at each other, let's take a look at the differential there. 0.288 over Hedda, 0.288 for Helena Christofferson.
Okay, we're going to set the stage now because we didn't get too much time yesterday. It's going to be Tilda Kendall from Sweden and Hedda Bernsen. Hedda Bernsen, looking at her right here, she has by far the most accomplished. Listen carefully. Telemark World Champion 97, Olympics, gold, silver medalist in 2010, 2 X Games silver medals, and it goes on. Next to her, the Swede, Tilda Kendall, 23 years of age. She's coming out of the University of New Hampshire. She's a junior, and she's ready to light it up.
And Hedda is like 47, 48 years old.
Blue course. That's Bernstein on the blue side. Kendall coming in out of the fog.
Frantic pulling, got almost a little too fast there.
Yeah, trying to get the momentum going on the red course, working it clean. Kendall looking good over the Celsius jump, riding the rut. You got to put your foot out there in that rut and just go with it. So rough and choppy out there. Bernstein pulling up there, missing the last couple of gates, so it's going to be max differential going out to Kendall.
We migrate on. We're going to go to Canada versus Austria up top as the words are being graciously given down below. And like Alexandra Cosette, she's on the red, and there in your eyes is Elena Exenberger. She's on the blue course. Had a great opportunity yesterday to take the win, but finished up in the top 4. And then Cosette, she had a little bit of a fall yesterday. Talked to her, scraped her chin like a bad razor burn for us shaven. She's 24 years of age, and she's out of Boston College. Again, her name is Alexandra Cosette from Canada on the red. The blue, Elena Exenberger. Here we go.
Back in the tails of their skis they go as the doors open up. And it's Corset on the red. Exenberger, blue course, down in the tuck they go. Try to put the foot in the groove. Ride the rut around. Get some energy out of over the Mazda jump. Looks like blue course with the advantage. Exenberger pulling away over Corset in the first and two run. Here comes Corset trying to straighten the course out over the Celsius jump. She's a little bit twisted. She's trying to stay with that rut. Boy, it's just bouncing away. If you get low, oh, look at that. On the blue course side, you can see what I'm talking about. Bottom of the rut. I heard you go, ooh, here, Peter. Bounced you there as the win. Going to Exenberger, 0.441 of their first two runs. Exenberger takes the win, the Austrian.
And Kevin, yeah, you know, I'm watching this so closely for the nuances of both good college skiers right there. Cosette ski at Middlebury, went to GMVS, and skis out of Mont Tremblant in Quebec.
Bella Amico, a black belt in martial arts. She's on the blue course and skiing out of East Chester, New York. Next to her, Tuva Norbe, who had some fine success, ended up in fourth place yesterday from Oslo, Norway, part of the sportsinsurance.com team. Here's their first race of two. Amico blue, Tuva Norbe red.
And Tuva Norby out of Denver University, where she is a senior for the Pioneers, a two-time NCAA All-American in slalom.
There we
and
go.
giant
Green
slalom.
lights go on. Down the track they go. It's Norby getting predictably the jump. Got a little bit, she's got the experience coming out of the start doors over the Mazda jump. It's former tour champion, Tuva Norbe, working her way into the Celsius jump with the advantage here in their first two runs in the round of 16. Let's see how she skis. It's clean, good early pressure, making it look easy as Norby riding the rut. Smooth out there when you put your ski against the rut. She's going to win that run. And it's going to be Norby with a maximum differential on her first two runs against Amico, 0.70 advantage for Norby.
Those Norby women are really accomplished skiers. And here we go. You're looking live from Tenney Mountain, just outside Plymouth, New Hampshire.
Chiara Maria Ferrari, La Chica. She's from Italy. That's right. She's on the blue course. And Franziska Grich, our most experienced World Cup, as of recent World Cup competitor. She's on the red course. Here we go.
So Grich on the red course. Both rookies, but no rookie to ski racing. Their first time in the pro format. Grich out in front, the red course side. The Italian trailing as flails away to try to get it in the track. So that red course looking clean and smooth. High edge pressure, top of the turn, getting it done. Across the line should go with a big advantage. And it's going to be Grich with a time of 0.70, the maximum differential awarded to Grich in their first two runs at around 16 for the rookie Austrian.
And Chiara in that familiar blue of the Italian team, which has been so strong on World Cup with the likes of Brignoni and Sofia Goggia.
You're looking at Caitlin Harsh there out of Vail, Colorado. New Year's Day, baby. She's up against Jasmine Whittaker skiing for Boston College. They're on course.
Hyper focus as Harsh leaves Whittaker in the starting gates. Harsh down in her tuck, juicing the tail of the ski, trying to get some energy out of it. Throws a little stivvy there off the top or the second jump to try to get back on the line. Smart move. Harsh looking good in her first two runs here into the Tenney Mountain jump. Getting those edge angles high at the top of the turn over and over again. Smoothing it out when you're out there in that line. She gets a nice win. Max differential going to Caitlin Harsh, 0.70 for the American Harsh.
She's out of Eagle Vale, a grad student at the University of Colorado, skied the World University Games in Lake Placid. There is a big gun, Erin Melzinski, Canada.
She's going up against Megan Olson from Bethesda around the east parts. #1 in the female beer shotgunning. So they say from Colby and Boston College. She's full of life. Her dad is stoked to have her as a daughter. He filled out the bio, and she's a character. Good to have her here. However, Kev, Peter, she's got her work cut out for her in run #1 of 2 against the defending tour champion, Erin Melzinski.
Yeah, anybody's got their work cut out for them when they go against this really tough and wonderful Canadian on the left-hand side.
Here we go. Lights go from yellow to green. Their first run of the round of 16 back in the tails of their skis. It's Melzinski coming out strong, as you would expect, for our defending tour champion. Second place yesterday. So let's see. She can find the bottom of that rut and ride it around as Melzinski using the tail of the ski to get some energy out over the Celsius jump and control. The Canadian on their first of 2 runs at around 16 against Megan Olson. Olson doing a good job to keep it close across the line to go. And it's Milzinski with a narrow margin of victory, a .125 going to Milzinski. Again, a 1-2-5 advantage for Milzinski. After their first run of the round of 16, back to the top we will go. The men will start next. It's going to be Sovek, Washburn, Camden Burke, and Max Burvey, your first 2 pair. Getting those guys up there and ready to go. For the men's first round of the round of 16, ladies will go back to the top also. We'll just keep the rotation going. So, you see Malia Mutz keeping things organized up there, keeping the athletes moving. So, Sovik and Washburn first, Burke, Max Burvey, Gray Flanagan, Topher Davenport, your first 3 pair. Looking for those guys and the rest of the men to be at the top. Get the ladies back up there. Keep this thing moving for you folks at home listening on our live webcast.
Shout out to Mr. Chris Davenport over in Japan. He just sent a text through, said, hello, boys, and everybody else. Chris, your son's coming up, doing a great job. Nice job raising 3 boys with your beautiful bride, Miss Jessie Davenport. We'll talk more about that in a bit, but that's the beauty of technology. People can say, hey, we're here. Hey, you're doing a great job. Hey, you said my name wrong.
You know, it's interesting. Dav, obviously, very accomplished in the big mountain ski world, but he's also a really good announcer, too. I've worked with him at Aspen at least 1 World Cup that I recall. He is very capable as an announcer.
He was my co-announcer, I think 3 years ago or so in Aspen, so great to work with Dav.
Yeah, we did a couple of World Cups in Aspen together back in the day. We'd yuck it up until about 2 a.m. and then be on mic at 8 a.m. Our voices did not sound good, and we carried that over into the X Games for the skier cross world for a number of years. So, Dav, big shout out to you, a legend, the only guy who's climbed and skied the 14ers, all 50
in Colorado,
right? Yeah. In 1 calendar year. Just a ridiculous feat. One of them's tough, but do all 50 plus in 1 calendar year. Stud. Hashtag stud. Chris Davenport. Speaking of studs, Sovek. He is going to go up against Washburn. That's going to be our first battle royale. We're going to have 16 guys. That's 8 pairings. We'll do that twice, just like we did for the ladies. And just follow along. Happy Sunday to you all. Happy early St. Patrick's Day.
There you see Davenport getting into the gate. And there is the other combatant, bib number 38. And now this is as foggy as we've seen today.
This is, okay, so it's Sovek over on the red side of the course. He wears number 1 because he's undefeated in this tour so far this year. Then you got Merritt Washburn. Merritt Washburn is... He never really heard of ski racing until he moved to Steamboat at a young age. And now he follows along. He skis out of Bates College. He loves Marcel Hirscher. Mr. Washburn, you got your work cut out for you against yesterday's winner and tour defending champ, Sovek.
Sovek was so impressive. 2024 first-team All-American NCAA in giant slalom and slalom. The winner yesterday has skied very capably for the Denver Pioneers, DU.
Here we go, Peter. The lights go from yellow to green. The first run of the round is 16. Your defending tour champion and winner yesterday, Christian Sovek, in their first of 2 runs in the round of 16 against Marta Washburn. Washburn trailing at the Mazda jump. So Sovek just stands in that rut, so powerful. But Washburn trying to put the pressure on. Sovek knows when he needs to hit the afterburner. Here he goes. Sovek looking clean and smooth, putting the ski in the rut. Smooth up there, high edge angle. Oh, over the handlebars he goes, narrowly missing the timing beam. That's going to be a rerun right there. Looks like he's all right. As we watch Washburn, and it was...
he's okay. He gives us a wave. High sign. Too bad.
Washing out was Washburn. He's okay, and Barrett Stein gives him a knuckle fist.
But it's clear you got to be right on the edge here, Uncle Lee and Kev.
Here's the
here
rerun,
we
guys.
watch and replay.
So into the bottom jump, Sovek in control. You can see high edge angle top of the turn, making it look easy as he rides the rut across the bottom jump. Let's see when we get that transition from television shot. So Washburn trying to straighten it out, see if he can make up some time on Sobek right here off the jump. A little duck-footed, gets late, gets bounced around. Oh, see, whoa.
That was a really hard fall.
You lost the camera angle, Uncle Lee, for a second there.
Yeah, a modified slow dog noodle meets a Polish donut. Freestyle maneuvers there by Washburn. Love it. Wayne Wong and John Glendenin loving that.
And the A netting there doing what it's supposed to do, stopping the racer. Okay. Glad to have you with us. And Kevin, what do you got for us?
Back to the top. We're waiting for Camden Burke and Max Burby to get behind the start doors from that far camera shot. Here it is again, guys. He just tips inside in those 165s. Once you don't have control of them, they load up like a truck spring and send you. Fortunately, he's all right.
A lot of stiffness in the tail.
We went way across into the other course, obviously. Missed that timing post, which is good.
Yeah.
Yep. Doing it for Surefoot because he was not so sure his feet were working well.
Our timer took off out there to go check on things.
Yeah.
He was fearful that, something may have been misaligned in that crash.
I don't think he hit it. No,
I don't think so either, but he wants to
I guess we're going to have another replay, which is great.
Yeah, it all starts right here. He's just running it too far down the hill. Tries to sneak inside, and it just didn't work out for him at all. Look at him in the air there. Full barrel roll. Boy, he was close to the timing, Beams.
Had some Ricky Bobby associated with it right there.
Cam Burke, as we go on to the next pair.
Cam Burke, 36 years young. That's the truth. Parents were here yesterday. I bet they're here today.
Yeah, they're down the base lodge. I saw them earlier today looking on.
Yeah, Cam was a 2003. He won the slalom, giant slalom, super G, and the overall at the Junior Olympics as a J3. Way back 22 years ago. That's Camden. He's on the red course. Max Burvey. He's skiing for CU. That's Team Buffalo. Out of
Golden Buffs.
Golden Buffs out of Boulder. He's on the blue course. This is the first of 2 runs.
So.
All right. They keep moving up there with their upper bodies, just staying loose. That's important.
So here we go. Looks like Randy Patson starts the lights as they go from yellow to green. The back of the tails of their skis. They go out on track. Burke explosive out of the start. Getting a jump on Burby. Down in the tuck, trying to stay clean and smooth into the Mazda jump. Maybe Burke with a little bit of an advantage on that red course side as they drop down the pitch. Big turn shape. Burke loses the outside ski, starting to lose some ground, but Burke hangs on to it. Here comes Max Burby on the blue, but it's Camden Burke in control of this run into the finish line. He's wide and wild, but he gets the win. Burke by 6:09. With a 6:09 for Camden Burke, their first of 2 runs.
And great recoveries on the blue course there of what could have been disaster. You're looking live at Davenport, the WPS World Tour.
That's it. Topher Davenport, the middle child of 3 boys raised in Snowmass Village. Over on the right-hand side, Gray Flanagan is rocking that super mullet coming out of that helmet there, doing it for St. Michael's College, and we're ready for this duel. Watch those lights go from red to green. Gates will open. Here we go.
So the lights click down. Important to get the timing right. Rack back in your tails of skis and move forward before the doors open. Hoping you get the timing right. Looks like it's going to be Flanagan with a great start as Davenport drops down the bullet. Super aerodynamic. It's Gray with the advantage. Here comes Davenport right alongside Gray into the Celsius jump, touching down anybody's race. Dav straightening it out, high clear over the bottom jump. They go. Anybody's race. This is a close one. Looks like Dav gets the win. 0.009 to Davenport. Back and forth that run went as Davenport captures a victory. 9/1000ths of a second.
Both those guys skiing exceptionally well here. And now number 30 up at the start. Big smile. Well, that's good.
That's Berkner over... Excuse me, that's Hayden Dahl. Hayden Dahl's on the blue side of the course going up against Alex Berkner over on the red. A CU Buff versus University of New Hampshire for Dahl. Consistency in the name of fog right now, thanks to the entire course staff, our starters, everyone here at Tenney Mountain. And the lights go, no, 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 and go.
Bang, out on track they go. Berkner on the red, Dahl on the blue. Berkner with that high clear just continues to pole and skate and try to bring some energy from your whole body to get the juice out of the ski. It looks like it's going to be Dahl with a strong advantage now as they come into the Celsius jump back down to the snow. Dahl out in front. Berkner doing what he can to keep it close in their first of 2 runs at around to $16. Going to win this one by the advantage of a .567. 567 going to Dahl in their first of 2 runs in 16.
All right, again, we continue on here, and Monshin, as you see in the starting gate, blue course.
Up against Tiglu, Zachary Temeretsglo from Toronto, Canada. And he's a big fan of Bodie Miller and Axel Lund Svindal. And he is at the UNH ski team where Plymouth State University is home turf for Monshin.
So Monshin behind the doors on the blue course. Doors open up. Looks like an even start by both these first run pairs and around to 16. Metzgalou and Monshin over the Mazda jump. Exactly with the advantage. Oh, gets on the inside, puts a hand on the snows. Monshin falls behind. Metzgalou with a good touchdown on the jump, getting some energy out of the ski. A lot of flight between turns. Izzy harnesses that energy and gets the win done. Zachary with a .578 advantage.
With Monshin out of Plymouth State, I am sure they do a lot of training here on this mountain. They have developed a really good alpine program. No Nordic program, but they do well in the strength of alpine.
Marcus Stanley's going to be on the red side. There's eyeballs on him at a Loveland Ski Club. He's a big fan of Marcel Hirscher. Charlie Welch over on the other side. They call him Chuck out of Speedboat Springs. St. Lawrence University, sociology with a minor in sports science.
So many great skiers out of Steamboat. So many great skiers have trained out of Steamboat. They have that famous Olympic Hall out there with the banners of everybody who has gone through Steamboat. A lot of Olympians.
Here we go. Light's going to go green for these two. Stanley red, Welch blue. Out on course, they will go. Trying to get the energy out of it as they head for the Mazda banner, touching down. Looks like Welch with the advantage in their first of 2 runs right now. Keeping good separation from the upper body, keeping it run downhill. Gets a little bit twisted there as Welch. Here comes Stanley right alongside on the red. He's going to get the win. Looks like Stanley does. Trails the whole run, picks it up at the bottom, takes the win by .108. 108 for Stanley in their first of 2 runs. So Marcus Stanley getting the win, .108.
.108 by Stanley. Nice work. We're going to go Kerwood and Lang. Kerwood and Lang now. You see Kerwood on the red side of things. Lang out of Boston College. This is the first of 2 again, and we're just at the threshold of enough fog. That's good for right now. Stay where you are, please.
I think it's just that far shot that makes it look worse.
It's very different than right here at the top.
So what they're seeing, as they're skiing is probably more representative of this than that long shot.
Sure.
I hope.
Yeah. Nice lens there. Thanks to the camera guys, whole camera staff, and Corey Tiblis is in the chair in the truck today doing things, making sure that you folks at home are watching it. One of his directorial debuts here for the World Pro Ski Tour. And we want to thank Hayden Scott and EVE Productions, the entire team that's done the plugging into the wires, pushing the buttons, and making sure that you folks here live and at home are getting a nice, clean feed. Thank you, everybody.
So looking at Lang in the blue. Kerwood in the right. Kerwood had a good day yesterday.
Look at the colors change. We're going to see green shortly. Here we go. Kevin, take it away.
Boom, out on track they go as we follow Kerwood out of the gates. Looks like he got the stronger of the 2 starts, deceiving from that angle. Kerwood continues to skate and try to gain some energy over Charlie Lang. Anybody's race as they drop down the pitch where there's more turn shape, more chattery, low ruts there as we lose sight of them over to Celsius jump. Looks like Lang with the advantage right now, but Kerwood going to try to straighten out the red. Here comes Kerwood right alongside Lang at the finish line. The win is going to go to Kerwood. Boy, another one turned around at the bottom after chasing all the way down. He wins it by .057 to Nick Kerwood, .057 over Charlie Lang, who carried that lead to the last 3 gates.
And these differentials are like, we talked about it yesterday, but they're like the blink of an eye or even less.
Yeah,
there is, the powerful presence of Philip Fortek.
Yeah, 5-time All-American, Colorado Snow Sports Hall of Fame Skier of the Year in 2022. He's going up against Van Glance, the 2023 Pennsylvania State Champion, and he's ready to get it going right now.
So waiting for the lights to go. These guys are busy at the start there. Getting things going here. Okay, lights are going to go to green. 2 more, and bang, out on track they go. Looks like, of course, Voracek, you're second in the overall standings. Standing tall, get that high clear. He has a 7/10 advantage after the first. This is their first run, so Voracek getting the pressure now, but he knows what he has to do. Puts the skis back on the snow, making it look easy, trying to conserve some energy as he knows powerful and strong across the line he goes. He's going to pick up that win, a 2.57 for Voracek, a coaster for him, a 2.57.
Yeah, it's just kind of important to win, and you know, Voracek knows what he has to do to dissect the course, and he knows how to get further on in the brackets. As we look at some of the women, there's Caitlin Harsh right there. Ferrari was sporting the Italian national team suit.
Yeah, Sovek and Voracek, if you were to dissect it and slow it down, the way that they slither through the course, like
good word.
Tyler Conrad said this morning, he's like, Sovek slithers like a snake. He's picking up time where others aren't. That lower and upper body separation, like you watch it enough, you can see it. Similarly, Erin Milzinski is super smooth also. Talked to Milzinski yesterday, and she said, yeah, I would be doing much better if I skied more often. She's not skiing a whole lot this season. She's been getting more powder than she has actually racing.
Yeah.
And then it shows with the Norby sisters who are skiing every day, and it does make a difference to be on a hard surface opposed to skiing powder.
Yeah, and you see them pressure their skis, kind of jetting them out, keeping their center of balance, using their hands a lot for balance as well. And Kevin, a question for you that I've wondered. In the older days, the gates were higher, right? And now their flags or the panels are quite low. What was the genesis of, if you know, don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, there's a reason for that, so they don't get, if you put an arm through the gate below the panel, it can spin you right out and tip you over backwards pretty fast. They're designed to come off, so we keep them low, because this high clear that the guys use, you see the hands up high in the air. You know, we're coming into the panel, and they're peeling the panels off, so we lowered the panels down to avoid injury and to facilitate the race running quicker without having to continually go back and put gate panels on.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Well, looks like we're in a commercial break. We'll take a little pause. It's Kevin Clark, Uncle Lee, and yours truly, Peter Graves, live from the finale, the Ultimo Giro of this season for WPS. We'll be back. We join the action live from the granite state of New Hampshire, and we see Norby in the start gate.
So back to the ladies. Sky is going to do her solo run on the blue course. And she has that bye in the first round. And then we'll work through the field of 16 to narrow it to 8 here on the ladies' side of the Women's Super Slalom Pro, opened by Mazda. Yesterday's winner, Kaya Norby, going to save some energy, wants to get a feel for the course, see what the ruts are like, see what the jump ski like on the opposite course. So important as you see them bounce around to try to absorb that energy, not let that energy affect the subtleness and the stability of the upper body. Look at that. She's not even going to make the last gate. She's realized, it's pretty rough in there. So, again, if you don't stand on top of the turn, just even on a casual run like that, it's going to bounce you wide. So crucial. We talk about it over and over again. High head jaggle, top of the turn. Get it done before you get to the chop.
And the course is constantly changing. Not to be all erudite here, but the poet from Heraclitus talked about no man crosses the river in the same path. And watch this course because it's a living, breathing thing, and it's changing all the time.
So Christofferson with the advantage now. She's on the red course, getting some pressure. So out off the course she goes. It's going to be Christofferson with the DQ from Hedda.
Yeah, Christofferson will advance on. She's across the finish line. Put your hands together. Christofferson making it into the next round, going up against Norby. Well done, Helen. Next up is going to be Kendall and Berntsen. This is exciting because you got the Battle of Scandinavia. Tilde Kendall will be on the blue course this time, and Hedda Berntsen competed in World Cup, the Olympics, the X Games, the Telemark World Champ, and most recently she won the it's Norwegian's version of the Superstars, one of the only women to ever win it over the course of 17 years and just beat the rest of the competition.
She has quite a high profile in Norway. That is the woman on the right-hand side.
In the Kermit the Frog green suit, ready to get her done. She's got a disadvantage by 0.7, so she's got to hammer down here, Kev.
So Tilde Kendall, the rookie from Sweden, looks on that blue course side as they go green. Bernstein putting the pressure on her right from the start. Got a lot of time to make up, see what you can do, try to force a mistake. About the only way you make up a 0.7 on a 24-second course. So riding the rut, she's going to stand it up and ski out before Tilde goes over that Celsius jump into the Tenney jump, and on she will go into the quarterfinals for the ladies. Tilde Kendall.
Tilde Kendall moves on, but a big round of applause goes out to, that's right, Hedda Berntsen, longtime veteran of all things sliding on snow. Great to have you out in the mix with your husband, Tyler, and your mother-in-law in the mix.
All right, there is Cosette, 24 years old, out of Canada, ski at Middlebury College.
And then Elena Exenberger over on the red side of the course had good success in the Final Four yesterday. Whole bunch of FIS race starts, 21 top 10s, 6 podiums. She's from Austria. She's on course on the red.
So pretty evenly matched, and looking at their qualifying from Friday is both of them down on the bullet trying to find that rut early so you don't get bounced around once that ski starts bouncing. Ooh, looks like it is right there. You lose any. Oh, energy. Oh,
look at
big
that.
Time out of control. As we just talked about, got bounced around, got low. Man, you've got to get the pressure released before you hit the chatter marks, and it's not always easy. So Exenberger going to be moving into the quarterfinals to face off against Tilde Kendall.
Alina, often known as Ellie, skis at CU. She loves Boulder, Colorado. And now our cameras train on Tuva Norby.
Tuva Norby, data engineer, did some time in Aspen doing some coaching as well, giving back, loves herself some knitting. And Lindsey Vaughn, she's on the blue course. Bella Amico, and she is prepared to do battle here. She's up against a 0.7 differential.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to make up with former tour champion, always so strong. Tuva Norby looks down from the blue course side as a wait for Kevin Kiley and the crew up there to initiate the start cadence and keep moving through these rounds. Oh, what a difference a day makes.
Yeah, right?
I'll say.
Bella Amico, in black belt in mixed martial arts, used to ride motocross, and she's learning Italian now on Duolingo, much like yourself, Kevin.
Yeah, I ride me a little dirt bike from time to time. Just bought a new one this year.
Yes, you did. All about the bike you put in that van and travel around. She's also into Olympic lifting. How is that different than normal lifting?
Peter, pressure.
I don't know. I can't remember. I did weightlifting at the Arab Games, seriously.
Arab Games.
Along with cycling, but we went down to Qatar.
Never thought about announcing weightlifting.
Yeah, well, you introduced and all that.
There's a great Saturday Night Live skit on weightlifting. He's on some sort of horse
As
tranquilizer.
we digress.
Norby on 2 NCAA championship teams in 2016 and 2018. She had achieved her best rank in slalom at 91st in the
Going
world.
green, out on track they come. Norby predictably with a strong start. So Norby with a .70 advantage on the first run. Again, you can't just coast this thing. If you get bounced around the bottom of the rut, you can find yourself out. But she's clean and smooth, keeping the pressure on the outside ski, knowing she has that 7/10 advantage. Over the Celsius jump they go. Celsius guy handing out a bunch of Celsius this weekend. A tinny jump, and it's going to be Tuva Norby advancing into the quarterfinal rounds. On goes Tuva. Who could she be facing, Uncle Lee?
She will face either an Austrian or an Italiano, better known as Chiara Maria Ferrari. Ferrari's going to be in that blue one piece over on the red course. Right now, we focus our sights on Franziska Gritsch with 143 World Cup starts, 5 podiums, no victories at 27 years of age. There's Ferrari right there. I talked to her yesterday briefly. She's just said, I'm a little skeptical on how this works. So
she's very new to
she's
this
learning.
format.
Here we go. Lights go green. Out on track is Ferrari on the red course side, trailing Gritsch after the first run by the maximum differential. So the Austrian can put it in coast a little bit, but again, it's hard to do with a track like this. You got to keep putting pressure on the ski over the Celsius jump. The Austrian in control of the Italian here in the second run, as she was in the first. Rut starting to develop even deeper as they go across the finish line.
And that's what I talk about, Kevin. You know, the course is changing all the time.
So Ferrari wins that run, but only .013. She needed to make up a .70. So on goes the Austrian.
Gritsch has maybe one of her sponsors, the ski area Solden. U.S. ski team used to have a relationship with Solden where they did a lot of training there.
Yeah, the World Cup start every year in October. Now we're looking at Caitlin Harsh, Vail, Colorado's own. She's on the blue course. Next to her, Jasmine Whitaker. The differential here is .7, advantage Caitlin. And the lights are changing now. Here we go. Harsh on the blue, Whitaker on the red.
Just like the first run, Caitlin Harsh gets a strong start with that 7/10 of advantage for Harsh. She's skiing well today, really riding the rut cleanly. Top of the turn, high edge angle, good release of pressure before you get bounced around over the Celsius jump. She goes. Harsh looking smooth, absorbing that energy that the rut's trying to give back to your skis. Got to stay balanced. Harsh with a clean run. On she will go into the round of the quarterfinals to face off against, that will be determined by the next run. Molzinski and Olsen coming next.
And Caitlin befriended me on social media yesterday, which is great. She skied in the World University Games in Lake Placid.
That she did, and this gal, Megan Olsen, on screen here, quite a character, along with her father. We've talked about that. Erin Milzinski, 2-time defending tour champion. She's got a slight advantage of this one, and they're off.
So Milzinski knows she's got some work to do, only carrying a 1.25 advantage, but Milzinski is explosive on this run, getting it done on that red side through the rough section of the course. Milzinski absorbs it cleanly, smooth. Here we go, over the Celsius jump. It's all your defending tour champion. So putting the skis way out in that rut where it's smooth and clean, and it's going to be Milzinski across the line with the win by .462. On she goes to the quarterfinals to face off against Caitlin Harsh. 8 ladies remain, gentlemen.
And Milzinski continues to be absolutely superb in her technique and her tactics here. She is, you know, a veteran skier now, as you said, Uncle Lee. Doesn't have as much contact as she used to have when she was on the national team for so long with snow.
The fact that she's still racing after a very extensive World Cup career, 13-plus years, 4 Olympics, the fact that she's still in the game just shows that she loves it, she's got passion, she's got drive, and she enjoys the big paychecks when she wins. So nice job, Milzinski. I will say this for you, Megan Olson. I want your autograph, Megan Olson. When we get done today, I want your autograph. I think you're going places all the way across the board. You got a little, a nice je ne sais quoi about yourself, and good luck in the rest of your career.
Yeah, a little slipping going on there. They're smoothing out some of those ruts that develop that in some places are rather deep right now. But that's not abnormal. That happens a lot in ski racing. So thank you to the people that are slipping. Thank you.
Thanks,
Bravo.
guys. Putting a buff on that wide line where that chatter is. And so it looked like the guys gathered around up there as the ladies just complete that second run of their round of 16 to narrow it to 8. We're going to do the same thing with the men. Sovek and Washburn, Burke and Burby, Flanagan and Davenport, your first 4 pair. Standing around up top there, getting ready to rip.
You can see the smiles on the faces, and these guys obviously want to win, but ski racing continues to be an individual sport. It's all about the final standings. So each of them want to beat each other, but they are very amiable and have a comradeship. As you look at Forchek right there in the Czechia suit. Czechia has had a lot of world-class ski jumpers over the years as well.
And
Hello.
Yep, we'll take a small break. Be right back with more racing. Stick around here at Tenney. Did you know it's time for, we are ready to do some racing. Sovek, he's got a girthy advantage of 0.581 over Washburn. He's got his work cut out for him. Steamboat Springs High School, Bates College. They're ready to get things dialed in now. It's Sovek versus Washburn.
And Sovek, how good is he? Well, he's been an All-American, had a very good international showing of 9th place in a Europa Cup in Berchtesgaden, Germany.
Here we go. Out on track goes your defending tour champion and champion yesterday, Christian Sovek, unstoppable for the last 2 seasons. Sovek with half a second advantage. Oh, all kinds of twisted coming off that jump. Throws a Stevie in there. Here comes Washburn. He needs to make up a half a second. Would probably be about a half a gate to win it. Not going to happen today. You can see Sovek putting it in neutral and coasting it to the finish line. He could win the run, but not advance. Washburn gets the win, but only by 0.190. Sovek with that comfortable half a second advantage moves on.
And Sovik was third in giant slalom at Norway's National Junior Championships in 2018. A very capable, bright guy, skis out of the University of Denver.
Younger brother of the two Burks, Camden, still in the hunt. He's going to go up against Max Burby on your screen right there, all of 24 years of age. He's got a birthday coming up next week. Let's see if he gets a little gift right now, as he has an advantage of 6/10 of Burke has a 6/10 advantage starting this one off.
So in the blue course side is Cam Burke. Showed up at a lot of our races. I coached the U16s here when we had U21 and older races. He was there and dominating. Out on track he goes with that 6/10 of advantage for Burke on the blue course this time. He just needs to not make any mistakes, stay in the track, ride it out, touches down, and it's Burke in control as he was in the first run. Cam skiing really well this weekend. His combined time put him fourth quick on the hill that day, just narrowly missing out those extra points and money for the top 3 in combined time. But it's going to be Cam moving on into the quarterfinals. Great skiing by Cam. With a match differential for Burke on that second run.
Inspirational skier. Was the best in the country as a junior.
Burke. And, hey, by the way, Burvey, I noticed that twister off the second air, top notch. Here we go. Gray Flanagan. Flanagan's got his work cut out for him up against Topher Davenport on your screen right now. Topher has a 0.009 lead. That's a half a blink of an eye.
Wonder if that's a little trash talk up there.
Could be. That's right. Good luck. I got you.
Yeah, good luck.
Flanagan blue. Davenport red.
Don't get lost in the fog. So here we go. Back in the tails, there's skis that will go, and the lights go yellow. 5 yellows and the green. And the speakers on top of those drag lights. It will sound as they explode out of the start. Here we go. Anybody's race, about dead even. As close as they get, 0.009 going to Davenport. Davenport on the red side. Down in his tuck. Flanagan on the blue. Looks like he had a little bit of advantage. Here goes Davenport, straightening that blue course side out. All kinds of wild there, both these guys. Dead even. Looks like it's trouble for Flanagan a little bit, but he stays in the line. It's going to be close. Oh, all kinds of sideways. Oh, he misses the last gate. It's going to be Davenport with the win by 0.97. Look at Flanagan and Davenport. Gets the big fist and the finish ground on.
And they both had a little trouble, Kevin, down at the bottom there. Did you notice that?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, and Davenport landed right by the gate off that last air, and Flanagan not missing the last gate.
There it is.
Yep, take a gander. Look at that.
Oh, look at him twisted. That upper
body
going
man.
One way, skis going the other, but enough power to keep the skis going the right direction, man. When they get twisted like that, there's a point of no return, but he managed it.
Talk about agility.
As Doug Lewis always says, little chubby checker, twist and shout. Yeah. Here we go with Berkner and Dahl.
Shake it up, baby.
Shake it up, baby. We know.
I want to go back to school.
Berkner, we're having some fun out here. The physiology major, Berkner, he's over at CU Buff over on the left-hand side. That's the blue. Hayden Dahl, University of New Hampshire, he's on the red. Had good success yesterday. Liked the way that top 4 felt. Here we go.
So Hayden with a .567 advantage on the red. See if he can hold on to it, or can Flanagan put the pressure on, force a mistake. As we go through these rounds here, it's going to get more and more challenging. So sometimes it's just about the guy that can get it done without making any mistakes. As we watch doors open up, out on track they go, and it's Dahl on the red with that advantage of a .567 on the first run. Over the Mazda jump, it's going to be Dahl touching down about dead even with Flanagan. He knows he has a half second in his pocket, so he doesn't have to win the run. He just has to keep it close, and it's Dahl out in front now. Throws a little skivvy before he drops into that run on the red course side, and across the line goes Dahl, easily advancing into the quarterfinal round to face off against Davenport. Tyler Davenport and Hayden Dahl in the next round.
Dahl and Davenport. Okay, you guys are getting a feel for how this works. So welcome on in if you're watching on the World Wide Web. It's time for Zachary Teremetzglo from Canada, Toronto specifically. He's on the blue course this time. He has an advantage of .578. He'll go against the Norwegian Julius Monshine, the 22-year-old skiing out of Plymouth State University, studying business.
That's another thing. Well, I'll just jump in. The U.S. Ski Coaches Association has an all-academic team, and many of these people are recognized for being incredible student athletes. Kevin, we'll send it to you as the lights turn green.
Out on track they go. Teremetzglo with the advantage. Over on the blue side, Zach has a little over half a second advantage as they charge the course and try to negotiate the developing rut. But when the rut is developed by great skiers like this, it's a good rut to ride. You just got to find it early and stay with it. Keep that pressure on the outside ski as we close in on the finish line. Zach had the advantage on the first run, but Julius wins it only by 0.2 of a second. Needed to make up over 0.5 of a second. So gallant effort by Monson. Not going to happen today. On goes
Max Hausmann out of Röhlingen, Germany, and competed out of the what they call the ski gymnasiums in Oberstdorf, known for the big ski flying hills.
The gymnasium, I like that.
Das ist richtig.
Das ist richtig, yeah. And this is Charlie Welch over on the blue. St. Lawrence University studying sociology, and Marcus Stanley, the rookie at 19, doing it for Loveland Ski Club. Way up high by the Eisenhower Tunnel off of 70.
Yeah.
Which you can guarantee is going to have some traffic today.
Oh, boy. Saturday night, Sunday night, coming over there.
During a storm, forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about
Might
it.
as well stay and do another day powder skiing.
Yeah, right. Just leave early Monday morning.
Tell the boss
right?
I'm parked here on I-70.
You know, my mom on Interstate 80, my mom was really wise at a young age. She's like, why are we leaving Sunday at like 2 to fight the traffic? Why don't we just stay and wake up at 3 a.m. and drive back Monday? I'm like, I like your thinking, Mom.
Yeah. Here we go. They're poised and ready to go. They got the lights.
So Stanley with the advantage by 0.108 over on the blue course as they come out on track. So 0.1 of a second separating these two in the first run. So we're going to have to go to the clock as they make their way to the Mazda jump. Let's see who has the advantage. Touching down red course. Charlie Welch now putting the pressure on Stanley as they work the midsection where there's more turn shape over the Celsius jump. Looks like blue course with an advantage. Only 0.1 of a second in hand for Stanley, but he's leading right now. But here comes Welch charging to the finish line. Looks like the win is going to go to Charlie Welch by 0.067. Not enough. Needed a 108, which Stanley held after the first run. On goes Stanley.
Oh, can I get an Oiga Volt on that one, huh? Nice job, Stanley. We go on. Kerwood Lang next up. They're going to swap sides. Lang this time will be on the red course. Kerwood on the blue.
Kerwoods have been just wonderful supporters of skiing from a family standpoint.
Yep. And here we go. Lang and Kerwood.
Light's going to go green. Out on track they come. It's Kerwood with the advantage again. Another close one, 0.057 over Lang. Lang on the red course side, trailing Kerwood as they work the midsection of the course, really trying to stay in that groove. As Kerwood out in front. Let's see what happens here. Touching down the red course side. Looks like it's all about the blue right now. Kerwood going to get it done here. Hard charging on the red, though. Across the line, still Kerwood with the win by 0.0. No, Susie Stanley wins the run by 0.2 or 5, but not enough. So we needed to make up a 0.57. Lang makes up a 0.25.
Kerwood takes that win. He'll go up against the winner of this last and final battle of the round of 16. Philippe Forchek has a 2.57 advantage over Van Glantz. They swap sides. There's Forchek, the tallest and beefiest competitor we have in the mix. Will he be able to make it to the finals with Sovek again and challenge him? Well, a few more to get going.
So Sovek with a Forchek with a 2.57 advantage.
And if you want to watch really good skiing, technically, watch this guy from Czechia.
So long legs, he can put it out in that rut and still keep a more direct line with his upper body as Forchek. comes out on track with that .257. Not a big advantage, so Van Glance put the pressure on the first run. Forecheck right there. Not much of a lead. His forecheck gets all kinds of sideways. Oh, so goes Glance.
Yep.
Oh, just when he had a chance with a mistake by forecheck, he then throws it away. Tough break for Glance. Forecheck going, man, I got away with that.
Oh, boy.
one.
I was just about to step in there saying, watch the smoothness of forecheck. And he slid out very uncharacteristic and opened the door for Glance, but it was quickly shut by an error as well. And that's racing, folks.
Certainly is.
So when you don't think you have to go 100%, maybe 75 is not enough to keep it clean. So you just can't coast on this thing. It gets too rough, too bouncy. You got to keep firing the muscles and getting to the top of that turn. So we'll go back to the top and switch over to the ladies.
Breather, commercial.
All right, well, here we go. We've got the women coming up here as the finale of this season on WPS continues. Right now, we'll take a short break.
All sorts of paperwork going on. We're drinking some Celsius and joined by Chris Hill with Mazda. I put my arm around you because we've developed quite a relationship in the last couple of years, haven't we?
Hey, Uncle E, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. And I understand the Mazda world. Yesterday we talked about some record sales. I'm going to test you here. What kind of numbers are we talking about from Mazda this past year?
424,782.
That's so good. I bet that's plastered all over your house, on the computer screens at work. Like, it's a proud number.
It's definitely something we've been talking about in the office. It's something that we're very proud of at Mazda. You know, how we got there, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, is through great products. Mazda's got great products, our CX-30 SUV, CX-50, CX-70, CX-90. Of course, we still make the Mazda 3 and Mazda 3 hatch, and then also the MX-5 Miata.
My roommate has a CX-30. I take it out whenever he's asleep, which seems to be a lot. I take it out, rally it around. Great-looking colors, very nice interior. Anyway, we could talk all about the details. I want to talk about something that's very exciting. You've worked hard on it. thank you for the sponsorship for this great event, right? But it's more than just skiing, obviously. Getting the vehicles around here and there. There's something that you've produced and you're working hard on called First to the Finish. Break that down for us.
That's right, yeah. Another thing that's contributed to our record sales is the way that we've been going to market with advertising, with trying to communicate with our customers where they're experiencing culture. And one way we've done that is through motorsports. Mazda participates in motorsports. We have a single make series called the MX-5 Cup, and we've been looking for a way to try and tell that story to the public. So what we did over the last 18 months is we followed the 2024 season of the MX-5 Cup, and we're showing the story of 3 inspiring females who participate in that MX-5 Cup championship. 2 drivers and 1 team owner. We're going to be on Amazon Prime. The show drops on March 25th. It's called First to the Finish.
I bet there's a teaser that we might be able to see. Can we show the folks at home?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Again, dropping on Amazon Prime on March 25th. Guys, roll the tape. First to the finish.
Hit play.
All drivers to your cars.
The MX-5 Cup is the absolute pinnacle of action at the racetrack.
We are starting a new era of racing.
We got to show the boys what's up. I'm not just driving to be the best girl driver. I'm racing to win. It's the ultimate challenge.
The first 6 years of my career, I was the only woman.
It's a lot of pressure, but when the helmet goes on, nothing else matters.
Being a team owner, I manage everything. I'm not your mom, I'm your boss.
I have to fight every instinct from here.
Oh my God!
It's consumed my life.
I haven't slept in 5 years.
I'm capable of winning. It's not like these guys are Superman.
Turns out we know what we're doing.
You need to do anything that it takes.
Oh my God!
It's exhausting for all the right reasons.
That is top notch. Tell me you were able to go to most, if not all, of those tracks.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I was on the road quite a bit last year. Absolutely. Yeah, 7 different racetracks, 2 races per weekend. So the show really chronicles each one of those different race weekends.
Have you had a chance to drive in any of those vehicles?
I have driven an MX-5 Cup car. It's pretty exciting.
How fun is Laguna Seca?
Laguna Seca is amazing. Yeah, that was a great race. That's episode 3. So episodes 1 through 3 drop on March 25th, and the rest of the episodes drop on on April 15th.
Fantastic. When you aren't skiing or driving, where do you find your time to breathe? Do you have an ocean? Do you have a hike that's like good and zen for you? You're a busy man.
I do stay busy, but yeah, I live in Southern California, so I get a chance to get out and enjoy the sunshine.
Fabulous. So we're busy with the racing. We can't thank you enough for the Mazda support and sponsorship. The fact that you come here and you're like living and breathing with the brand. I was with the brand at one time, and to do that level of keeping up is not easy. Thank you on behalf of everybody here with the Pro Ski Tour.
You're welcome. Thank you, World Pro Ski Tour. Thanks for all the fans for tuning in. We love being a part of this, and we'll hopefully continue to do it. Thanks, Uncle E.
Big 10-4. All right, now go out there and get those athletes fired up.
All right, let's do it.
All right,
Thank you.
Back to the racing in just a minute with Kevin Clark and Peter Graves, and it's going to be a great time. We'll be back in just a minute.
1, 2, 3,
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose a detour. That was interesting. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Yeah, that's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose the things you love. Good boy. You know what? Choose love.
Don't get so excited.
Choose your path. And while you're out there, get your hands dirty. Choose to make something. Choose loud. Actually, choose quiet.
2, 3,
Choose to feel it. Choose now. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. You know who you are.
I wake up.
Looking for a ski resort that delivers big mountain fun, where you can maximize your time on the slopes? Welcome to Tenney Mountain, with thrilling runs, 5 times more snowmaking coverage new this year, and a variety of trails for all levels. Tenney offers the ultimate independent resort experience. Tenney features 1,500 feet of vertical drop and 130 acres of terrain, located less than a 2-hour drive from Boston. Join us for the next World Pro Ski Tour in March. Tenney Mountain, perfect for your next winter adventure.
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
As the founders of Surefoot, Bob and Russ Shea are obsessed with creating the perfect ski boot for you because they know that a properly fitted custom ski boot will make you a better skier, whatever level you're at. At Surefoot, they've developed a process that guarantees the perfect fit for each customer, and of course, they are obsessed with the process.
We have 300 experts in Surefoot on the world that all use the exact same process.
Surefoot, better fitting, better skiing.
All right, looks like we're back to the top to the ladies to get underway with the first round of the quarterfinals as Kaya Norby and Helena Kristoffersen standing behind the start gates. Norby on the red side, Kristoffersen on the blues. We wait for the start gates, Uncle Lee.
Yeah, it's going to be Norway versus Norway here. Kaya Norby walked away victorious yesterday and in the previous race this season. Here she goes now against Kristoffersen.
Boom, out on track to go. Norby timed it perfectly, gets away from Kristoffersen right from the get-go. Down in her tuck she goes. Kristoffersen on the blue side, trying to keep it close over the Mazda jump. She touches down. Ooh, a little bit bouncy there. That section on that red course is rough as Norby smooths it out over the Celsius jump. It's Norby out in the lead. High edge angle early, letting the skis get out away from the gate where the rut is, and as Norby with the win, across the line she goes in the first run here in the quarterfinals. She's going to take it away with a .659 for Kaya Norby, yesterday's winner.
Kaya by 6.59 over Kristoffersen. That's one half of the equation. They'll go back up and swap it around. Speaking of back up, here we go. This is Elena Exenberger, bib 26. She's on the blue course. She's going up against the red there in that pink and blue accented rad speed suit. That's Tilde Kendall from Sweden out of the University of New Hampshire. She's 23, loves ski racing.
It's great to have all the folks from the New Hampshire university system here sponsoring and athletes out here racing. The boys from UNH yesterday, they were funny in the finals with Dahl and
yeah, it's,
okay.
it's good. It's good to see. You know, when we were in Colorado, we had a lot of Montana, CU, University of Utah, and so on and so forth. But out here, it's East Coast because we're on the East Coast.
So, waiting for the cadence to begin for their first round of the round of 16. Kendall and Exenberger coming at you when the doors open up here at Tenney Mountain. So, looks like the fog has lifted, Uncle Lee, out there.
Yeah.
Starts to, a little more crisp definition in light as the lights start yellow to green, and out on track they will go. Clean start by both these athletes. Down the pitch they go. Exenberger, the Austrian, against Tildy Kendall on the red course side with the Mazda jump. It's a blue course. Exenberger with the advantage as they work the midsection of the course where there's more turn shape. Clean, smooth skiing by both these athletes as they head for the Tenney Mountain jump. It's Exenberger out in front, stretching away. Here comes Tildy trying to keep it close across the line to go. Exenberger wins it by 0.171 for Elena Exenberger in their first 2 runs. Again, 171 for Exenberger.
A proud skier at Colorado University, 22 years old, 4 years on the Austrian team. And now we return to the top.
Franziska Gritsch, speaking of Austria, one of the most recent World Cup competitors at 27 years young. She's going to go up against Tuva Norby, part of the sports insurance team, the elder from Norway, elder sister.
So younger sister victorious yesterday. So the lights will go green. Out of the track they'll come for the first of 2 runs in the quarterfinal rounds, and it's Norby knowing how to get out of those gates quick with the advantage over Gritsch in their first 2 runs. But here comes Gritsch into the Mazda jump. Still Norby touching down. Super quick feet, making that transition super fast. But here comes the Austrian into the Celsius jump. Still Norby with the advantage on the red side. Here comes Gritsch over the Tenney Mountain jump. They will go. It's Norby out in front, straightening out the red course, and into the finish line she will go. Norby taking the win by 0.406 for Tuva Norby. 4.06 advantage on their first of 2 runs in the quarterfinals. Back to the top. Harsh and Milzinski move behind the start doors.
Yeah, Harsh and Milzinski, they've raced before together, and they're doing it again now. A little nervous energy in a good way for Milzinski, the 4-time Olympian from Canada on the blue course. Caitlin Harsh. This one goes to 11 out of Vail, Colorado. 2 fun ladies. They're friends. They're part of the sports insurance team, sportsinsurance.com team, but right now they're foe.
And Caitlin going to the business school at the University of Colorado.
So the lights go from yellow to green. Out on track they come. Pretty even start is Harsh working it on the red side. Milzinski over against the tree line on the blue. Milzinski and Harsh evenly match here in their first of 2 runs of the quarterfinals. Harsh getting bounced around, but she powers through it. Here comes Milzinski powering away herself over the Celsius jump with the advantage. Getting that high edge angle, always fluid, always smooth. Milzinski throws a skivvy off the blue course side over the jump, across the line with the advantage in their first of 2 runs. A very close one, a 1.31 going to Erin Milzinski, a 0.131.
Erin really relying on her decades of experience in the sport. She's really a good competitor, and boy, for somebody that doesn't ski that much, you got to be impressed by how she turns those boards.
You know, it's amazing some of these guys show up like Michael Ankeny and Nolan Casper over the years without training, sitting in an office. I mean, they're exercising all the time, staying fit and doing other sports, but Ankeny was always able to show up. We missed him this year. He'll be back.
He was the Dartmouth skier.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Dartmouth skier under Peter Dodge.
That's right.
Dodge used to race with us on the Pro Tour back in the 90s.
He was
the 80s.
A real mainstay on the tour. Absolutely, Kevin.
That was one half of the equation for the ladies. They're going to reload, get back up top, and do what they do best and try to fight for their right to party into the Final 4. Now it's the dudes' time. Sovek and Burke, Davenport and Dahl, Temeretsglu and Stanley and Kerwood against Forchek. We're doing the shuffling of the deck up top. What do you say we take a small little break right now? We're going to take a small little break, take a breather, choke down at Celsius, maybe a sandwich too. We'll be back at Tenney Mountain with more World Pro Ski Tour action.
Burke moving towards the start doors over on the blue course. Sovek taking his time.
It should be a good matchup.
Matt Rogers getting the doors shut. 2 600-pound electronic magnets hold those doors shut. Boy, we've had some trouble keeping the snow around the start door structure. Then when the guys arrived this morning, it was all the support systems under the snow had melted and it was exposed, and they were going in the woods with a 55-gallon trash barrel and shoveling snow on top of it, putting a salt to it, try to keep it together. Tough when it doesn't freeze at night to keep that those start gates secure. So doing a good job up there as we get ready for Sovek and Burke and their first of 2 runs.
The Norwegian Sovek on the red course, Camden Burke on the blue. Doing a quick math tabulation, since yesterday, over $60,000 earned by Christian Sovek since last season. And he's a defending tour champion there. And thanks to our course workers, our staff, we're ready to go with the men's round of 8. They're going to get 2 goes at this. And here we go. Christian Sovek from Norway, tour stud right now in the blue, Camden Burke. On it.
Yellow to green, no go. Burke put the pressure on Sovek yesterday. He won the second run against Sovek in the earlier rounds by 22/100ths of a second. So Burke has got the go juice on this weekend. So he's out in front right now over Sovek in their first of 2 runs here in the quarterfinal rounds. But here comes the freight train. Sovek starting to accelerate away. Burke's not giving him any quarter, though, as he crossed the finish line. Burke, wow, his head was just bouncing all over the place. That energy coming up through his body and rattling his teeth as they get that job done. It's Sovek with a .466 going to Sovek.
Like a bobblehead, Peter.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, this takes its toll on the body, right? It works every part biomechanically. The skiing of Sovek is incomparable.
Yeah, neck on a swivel. All right, Hayden Dahl from the University of New Hampshire. He's over on the blue course. Topher Davenport, hailing from Katie Did Lane there in Snowmass. Sent many a Christmas card to that family, and we know Father Chris is watching in Japan, and Mama might be sitting up top of the patrol shack at Aspen watching her son right now as we're into the round of Great 8 here at Tenney.
So the lights go yellow, down to red, the doors will open up simultaneous, and out on track to go. Davenport over on the red course, and then it's Dahl on the blue. Pretty evenly matched, these guys. Dahl throwing a couple of high clears in there to try to straighten the course over the Mazda jump, touching down about dead even through that rough section of the course. Quick transition from the... So Dav getting tossed around now as Dahl maybe a little bit of advantage on the blue course as they go over the Tenney Mountain jump. It's Dahl with that advantage in that rough bottom part of the blue course. Across the line they go. Hayden Dahl winning the run by 167. Hayden Dahl a .167 for Dahl.
Hayden, the UNH skier. Exciting to see some of the local and area boys in this competition as you look live at bib number 40 and compatriot getting set.
Yeah, that's Zachary Temeretsglou. T-Glue is his nickname out of Toronto, Canada. He's on the red course. Marcus Stanley, the rookie, at 19 years young, doing it out of Loveland Ski Club. Watch the middle part of the red course. It's equally as challenging as the bottom part of the blue course. We've been seeing some shenanigans going on. Let's see what happens. Here we go.
Temeretsglou gets, he gets a good jump. Time to start just perfectly as Zach working the skis. Down in the tuck they go, leading Stanley into the Mazda jump. Down on the ground, throws a little stivot in there to try to absorb some of that terrain coming at you next. Temeretsglou looking good, looking solid. Here comes Marcus Stanley trying to straighten out that blue, make up some ground. Really great transitions by Zach from one ski to the other, getting it done on the red course in their first of 2 runs. Temeretsglou with the advantage of .279. 279er. We got a 9er.
And again, welcome everybody who is watching along on the World Wide Web. We're at WPS, presented by Mazda. And look at that, bib number 3. A great champion on this tour, Philip Forchik. And there is Kerwood out of Aspen, Colorado, who also skis for Boston College.
Nick Kerwood against Philippe Forchek. specimen over on the left-hand side. You know, sometimes, especially in the downhill disciplines, height, like Bryce Bennett on the U.S. team, is not to your advantage. But if you figure out the ebb and the flow dynamics of technical racing, you can use those levers to really be a big advantage, and Voracek is using that in this tour.
Yeah, you could just tell he's so strong. And modern ski racing, they spend a lot of time in the weight rooms these days, and they have for a long time. It helped somebody like Herman Meyer recover from that incredible fall in Nagano in 1998.
So look at the difference between the two standing at start gate. Voracek's knees are at the bottom of the start door, and Kerwood's knees are about 8 inches below as the lights go yellow. But quick, little guys can be quick. Nice start by Kerwood against one of the best in the business. Philippe Voracek in his bullet. Trying to let it run here over the first bump. Voracek out front. Oh, Kerwood really getting bounced
That'll
around.
be costly.
Boy, but he hustled it at an inside ski and pulled it off. He's right there with Voracek in their first of 2 runs of the quarterfinals. Voracek looking smooth, but here comes Kerwood straightening the thing out the best he can. It's going to be the win for Voracek, a .122 for Voracek. Knows what he has to do. Voracek can pace it. Voracek with that win, 1-2-2 over Kerwood.
Kerwood putting some nice pressure on whilst getting bucked in that. Peter and I were noticing as you were talking on the previous run, Kev, there is the middle part of that red course. There is a lot of rut activity going on, similar to the bottom part of the blue course. So it's only going to increase with difficulty. The light's not that phenomenal, but that's the way it goes here at head-to-head racing.
Yep, that's right. Just a quick break as we will have the women coming up. Incidentally, yesterday, Lindsey Vonn finishing up this historic season. She hasn't raced since 2019. She ended up 13th. And the next stop of the World Cup will be in historic Sun Valley, Idaho, for the World Cup Finals.
I just received this morning from Aaron Tippett, who's working on the course at Sun Valley, sent me top video, middle video as he was skiing down at very moderate speed. He said, it is unrelenting. There is 0 breaks. It's like they built a course on a cylinder cone, which that's what Sun Valley is. It is straight from the top to the bottom, nearly 3,000 vertical feet with 0 breath. It is going to be exciting.
I had the opportunity to do U.S. Nationals there a few years ago, and boy, it caught some of the top guys off guard when they dropped into Upper Greyhawk and could not get the skis on the snow. So the world will see the pitch at Sun Valley. There is not a single flat section on that hill. Legs are burning. It was crushing the kids at U.S. Nationals. It was a tough one, and it was just injected. I made the mistake of going up there to inspect, and the Snow Pro Cowboy gave me hell. What are you doing up here? And I said, I'm the announcer. And he said, okay. I said, this is the last time you'll see me up here.
One and done.
My razor sharp slalom skis are just like, stay close to the fence and slide slip as fast as you can, and don't try to stop.
Yeah, well, that was then. This course has not been skied by anybody. There's been a couple U.S. team members that have been on it. Names not to be mentioned, just to get a feel for it, but there's no advantage for anybody because nobody's raced on this particular track. We're talking Sun Valley, starts on the 22nd through the 27th. There's an event every day. I get the pleasure of being up there and getting to be the circus clown in the stands.
Court jester.
Court jester, yeah. I got multiple hats and looking forward to a great time
the
there.
Red nose and and the confetti suit will all be there. Love
just
it.
keeping the FU in fun, that's it. Yeah. We got a lot of work yet to do here. Why don't we thank some of our sponsors, Kev?
Yeah, let's thank Plymouth State University and all the university system here in New Hampshire. And our friends from Sun Cruiser. Boy, the Sun Cruiser was flying last night at a great concert here in the Base Lodge. Along with our friends from Celsius, keeping everybody charged up. Peter Graves had a little bit of those Celsius today, and he's fired up.
Wow.
Ready for racing.
I'll tell you, it doesn't take much. I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying it.
Really enjoying it.
Can you tell the energy? Well, I'm never low on energy, but I got more energy now. I'll tell you that, baby.
A little extra never hurts.
Fire.
Yeah, that isn't the Olympic torch, but is a warming flame here at Tenney Mountain as we close in on the finales of the day, what has been a great season.
At the top, we're watching Caitlin Harsh and Kaya Norby as they get ready for their second run in the quarterfinals. Kaya with the advantage over Christofferson, and then it's Exenberger and Kandel, next pair. Exenberger has the advantage there. Then it's Tuva with a 4:06 advantage over Gritch and Harsh and Milzinski, separated by 0.13 to Milzinski. Get this run done, narrow it down to 4. Then the men will follow to finish their second run of the quarterfinal rounds. As the ceiling seems to be lowering a little bit as that cloud cover comes down. Getting ready to get this run underway with the women's second round of the quarterfinals. Stay with us here at Tenney Mountain.
All right, in her mid-30s, Erin Milzinski. We look at her representing Canada. And I think she's talking to hubby Lenny Vallis, former great on the Canadian Nordic team. Well, you look back at some of the results she's had, and a lot of top 10 stuff. Silver medal, I believe, in World Championships at Beaver Creek. That may have been a team event. I don't have that down. But she has won a World Cup in Ofterschwang in Germany in 2012. You got to be good to win a World Cup. She's had a 7th in Zagreb. She's had a 7th in parallel slalom at St. Moritz, 8th World Cup slalom, Courchevel. Yeah, she's and in Oslo City, where they, the city events were really popular for a while. I don't think we're doing any this year on the World Cup calendar, but she was a strong 5th place in World Cup slalom in Oslo City event.
Little coursework going on, led by the shovel master, Barrett Stein, right there. Taking a breather and says, you know what? Okay, back at it. And making sure that there's no stumps, no rocks, nothing popping up.
Now, Barrett does a wonderful job, and our crew is hardworking and super friendly. And as we watch the pictures, the 3 of us knuckleheads will take a break right now. Knucklehead. That sounds like Charles Barkley. We'll be back in a moment with more World Pro Skiing.
Speak for yourself.
right, so the camera pans back to the top of the athletes are getting ready to run the second run of the round, the quarterfinal round. The ladies will start up after some extensive course maintenance, trying to keep it safe and equal for everybody. Made a little bit of a revised edition of the course, and we will send the athletes for the second run. We completed both men and women on the first run, so we will now resume with Kaya Norby and Helena Christofferson, Tilde Kandal, Elena Exenberger, Tuva Norby, Francesca Glitch, Caitlin Harsh, and Erin Molzinski. One to go to determine who's going to move into the semifinal rounds, and then the men will follow. So back to the top we will go. The weather
Kind of a
presenting
neat
us
view through the goggles there, Kev.
That's cool.
And people are doing their best to stay warm. It's quite damp
raw
right now, and so it feels kind of chilly.
Yeah, I just went outside to take a look around, and it is raw feeling out there. As you can see them all keeping moving, keeping the blood flowing as we will resume the second run of the quarterfinals for men and women coming up. So stay with us here at Tenney Mountain for the New Hampshire Pro Open by Mazda and the Tenney Mountain Pro Open Surefoot yesterday. We saw some great skiing there. Kai Norby made it to the top of the podium. Erin Molzinski and Tuva Norby and Elena Exenberger. All through 4 of those athletes are within this quarterfinal bracket, determining if it could be those same 4 moving into the finals. So the semifinal rounds will follow, and then we'll go back to the men as we look at the graphic here. Kai Norby and Helena Christofferson. Norby has that advantage there with a 6.59, and then Tilde and Elena. The advantage there goes to Exenberger, a 1.71. Then Norby and Gritch. Norby has the advantage over Gritch, and then Harsh and Molzinski, where Molzinski carries the 1.31 advantage. Coming at you, second run for the ladies here in the quarterfinals. The women's super slalom number 2, the New Hampshire Pro Open by Mazda. Just heard from our timer that we're ready to go. We're going to slot in Kaya Norby and Helena Christofferson.
Funny guy, Mark.
He's had quite a lot of good accomplishments in South Pole. So I heard. He is quite often an outside magazine, so he's got a pretty big. I'm not telling you anything.
Right.
Look for him. I need a split mark.
camera shot up there, showing all the athletes gathered around. So all of them are up there ready to go. We'll rip through this second run of the quarterfinals. Narrow it to 4 on both sides, the men and women. First up, the ladies. Kaya Norby and Helena Christopherson, Uncle Lee.
Yes, Helena Christopherson, new to me in this World Pro Ski Tour. Biochemistry is her focus at St. Michael's College, so that means she understands math and science well. I happen to, I date a doctor of natural medicine right now, and she's good at math and science. What she's helped me understand is people that are good at math and science, they love answers, because math gets you to an answer, right? I'm a marketing guy. I don't need an answer. I can talk in circles.
All right, here we go. We're ready to rock and roll once again at WPS.
That's the truth. St. Michael's, Helen Christopherson.
Give me another Celsius.
More, please. Yeah, red gate's going to be Christopherson. Blue gate's going to be Kaya Norby from Norway. And she won it yesterday. She's got a 0.659 advantage. They're loaded. We're ready for some racing.
Norby blue, Christopherson red. Has anybody stopped Kaya Norby at the top of the podium yesterday? Here we go. Lights go green. Out on track they go. Norby and Christopherson, resumption of the quarterfinals after some course maintenance. Let's see what this produces here. Over the top jump through that rough section. Boy, bouncing around on that red course side. Still Norby out in front with the advantage after the first run. So
and moving in.
Go, touching down. Norby trying to keep it close there. Across the line they go. Christopherson wins the run, but not by near enough. She gets by 1.88. Norby had a 6.59. Again, Norby advances. Plenty of time in hand for Norby as Christopherson crosses the line with a 1.88. Not near enough to make up that 6.59. Back to the top we'll go.
Elena Exenberger against Tilde Kendall. Elena Exenberger, Austria, going up against Tilde Kendall from Sweden. Exenberger on course on the blue court, red course this time.
So Exenberger with that advantage after the first run. Let's see if she can hold on to it. A .171, so a really close one. Rough and bouncy there on that red course as they work the rut, trying to stay in it. Over to Celsius jump they go. Exenberger on the red course side at a 171 after the first run. Looks like she's touching down first. Going to get it done. Across the line goes Exenberger, and she will advance into the semifinals to face off against Kaya Norby.
You know, it's interesting. Over the years, these college teams have had plenty of World Cup skiers, both in the East and the West. You look at the first 10 in an NCAA start list, and they're people whose names you recognize.
And you're looking at Franziska Gritsch, speaking of World Cup racing. She's the most recent addition to this tour from Austria. She's on the red. Tuva Norby from Norway, the veteran of this tour at sportsinsurance.com. She is on the blue course with a .406 advantage. Let's watch the lights change color.
So waiting for the cadence to begin. Norby again with the advantage. Excuse me. Yep, Norby with that advantage. She's on the blue course. Out on track they go. Norby poling and skating. Again, holding on to a little over 0.4 of a second over the Austrian on the red course side, trying to figure out how to get through that rough section on that red course. 2 gates after the jump. Norby out in front, but here comes Exenberger. Glitch. Glitch trying to make up 0.4 of a second. Norby got that in hand right now. It's going to be across the line. So Norby had 0.4 of a second. Glitch wins, but not by enough. On goes Norby. So Norby advances.
We're looking very similar to what yesterday's top 4 looked like, with only one duo, one pair left. And you're looking at Caitlin Harsh finding the right rhythm. The pole plant in there. She's going to go up against Erin Milzinski in the red. Bib number 1, because she's defending tour champion the last 2 years. Canada versus USA.
So Milzinski now on the red course. Let's see how she handles the gate after the first jump, where it gets so rough and they're getting bounced around pretty hard in there. Really got to keep, loose ankles and try to absorb it the best you can. But it's a rodeo up there as Milzinski holds a narrow margin over Harsh, a 1.31 as the lights go from yellow to green in the fog, and out on course they come. Argusium there coming out of the gates. And it's Milzinski with a jump on the red. Into the first jump they go. Let's see how Milzinski handles the second gate right here. Gets rough and bouncy, but she makes it look smooth. Here comes Harsh right alongside, trying to make up a 1-3-1. Milzinski touches down first between the two jumps into the Tenney jump. It's going to be Milzinski with the advantage. Heading for the line is going to be Milzinski into the semifinals to face off against Tuva Norbe.
Similar situation, Kevin and Peter, to yesterday. The same four, Norby sisters, Exenberger, and Milzinski. A lot of camaraderie, a lot of love going on there. Well done, ladies.
That's right, and past performance is always an indicator of what you're going to do now, you know? You look at World Junior Championships. Those kids, when they get done with that, and U23s, they go on to the World Cup circuit. But Milzinski, I don't think she's lost much.
No, she handled that rough section, Uncle Lee, as good as you possibly can. So it's a rough ride, and everybody's got the same rough ride. So you get a chance on both courses. We keep the action going. We'll switch over to the men's side. It's going to be Sovek and Burke. Sovek with the advantage over Burke by a .466. We'll do a short break for interviews. We're going to head down to the corral with Hayden Scott.
Every time the men started in cross country, we played. It's raining men.
And at this time, we're ready to hear from Hayden Scott and some happy lady athletes.
Hey, Uncle E, thanks so much. And once again, a nice big round of applause for our talent team. Uncle E, Clarkey, and Peter Graves. Superb job. I'm here with Kaya, and I'm here with Elena. Elena, you were fourth yesterday. How do you plan on improving on that today?
I will try to have a good start and then show my best skiing against this lady.
Kaya, what a difference a day makes. We had blue sky and sunshine yesterday, and now a little bit of fog today.
Yeah, I am typically way faster when the sun is out, so I'll try to switch up that trend and be fast even though it's raining a little bit.
All right, Elena, I'll let you have the last word. What do you have in your back pocket to take on Kaya for this first semifinal? All right, folks. Nice round of applause for Kaya and Elena as they go up to the start.
Kaya and Elena, good luck, ladies, going up top, similar to yesterday. Well, Groundhog's Day and competition format, but not weather. And we're going to have one more interview in just a moment with another Norby sister, and most likely Miss Milzinski. And you folks that are watching online, thanks for spending your Sunday with us here right before St. Patty's Day. And boy, this is the neck of the woods where things get wild and crazy for St. Patrick's Day. So close to Boston. I'm flying out of there tomorrow morning, and I'm anticipating a lot of green here, there, and everywhere on St. Patrick's Day.
You'll see it in Boston, the hub of New England. A lot of Irish down there.
Yeah, I got my green on, ready to go. Green sequin coat, fired up. Hey, I want to thank DJ Dave out in the mix today. DJ Dave, you're bringing the music alive, keeping the crowd moving. Thank you, sir. And now Hayden Scott has two more talented goddesses ready to rock and roll. Take it away, buddy.
Hey, thanks, Uncle Lee. So I'm here with Tuva, third place yesterday. Erin, second place yesterday. Erin, you're always the diplomat. We've had some challenges with the course today. But what we do love about the World Pro Ski Tour is the democratic way in which we move forward.
Yeah, we looked at the course and we took a vote what to do, if we redo that round or keep running. But I think with the conditions the way they are and it's deteriorating because of the weather, that we had to make a decision that made the most sense instead of trying to make maybe the best decision for everyone.
Spring conditions here in beautiful Tenney. Tuva, what do you prefer, a little bit of fog or a little bit of sunshine?
I prefer the sun, but we got to race as hard as we can in the fog too.
Well, I got to tell you, the actual dynamic action on the big screen of watching you two coming down together, we cannot wait to see it. Aaron, I know you never give out too many secrets, but how do you tee up this next heat between you and Tuva?
I mean, it's anyone's game today, and it's today more than ever because you'll fall on either side of luck sometimes too. So I think we both just have to ski. And the good thing is, as a sports insurance girl, we'll be on the podium. So.
Beautiful, well said indeed. Hey folks, nice round of applause for Aaron and Tuva as they head back up for the second semifinal. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Feelgood, Hayden Scott. Let's go. Sovic up top. He's got an advantage over the likes of Camden Burke. They're going to get going. They swap course. Sovic has a lead of 4.66. Camden Burke, the last equation of the Burke brothers up top, 36 years of age. Full name, Camden George William Burke. He's a founder of White Rhino Capital, and we're ready to lock, load, and send them. Here we go.
Yellow lights, 2 to go. The doors will open up. Camden Burke's been explosive this weekend here. Put the pressure on Sovic, but Sovic is so deceiving. He'll let you be there. Then when he pushes the button, it's time to go. So Sovic over on the blue course side. Burke fighting hard on the red, getting low and late, but carrying some speed, getting bounced around. Sovic touches down on the blue with the advantage, and he had the advantage after the first run of a 4.66 over the Tenney jump. And it's Sovic going to coast it on in, and across the line they will go. Sovic advancing into the semifinals.
It looked like he did miss that last gate. I mean, I'm not official, but it looked like it from here.
I back that as well. It was nice air, a little too much air, and missed the last gate for safety purposes. Nice racing, Camden Burke, along with brother Keegan and parents in tow. There's a reverse shot of Hayden Dahl from University of New Hampshire. He's over on the red course. And Topher Davenport, he is on the blue course. He will be chasing just by .167. Our next duel is ready.
All right, so slotting in behind the doors now, ready to go. Dahl and Davenport. So again, as Uncle Lee just said, Dahl with the advantage of a 1.67. He stands behind the doors on the red course. Waiting for the cadence to begin. There to go. The 6 yellow lights turn into green and the doors will open up. Bang! Out on course they go. Who's going to win this run to move into the semifinal rounds? Dahl over on the red course with that advantage, a narrow one after that first round of 1.67. He's out front, getting bounced through that red course section, putting it down the hill. He goes, riding the rut. Dahl touches down with the advantage on the red course into the Tenney jump. Had that advantage after the first run. He holds onto it, wild ride, and off the course goes on the blue side. Davenport on goes Dahl. So Davenport, big high five for the boys. So great skiing there.
Yeah, so nice racing again by Dahl. Davenport increasing his skill set and knowledge of this World Pro Ski Tour. Nice job. Let's shift it on over. Back up to the top. Zachary Tamaretsoglu from Toronto will go up against, one more time, Marcus Stanley out of Woodland Park, Colorado, doing for Loveland Ski Club. The differential here on this one is .279 by Tiglu, and he's on the blue course this time on it.
So Zach gets the jump on the red. Actually, Stanley on the red course side getting a little bit of jump through the rough section to go, trailing now. Oh, man, oh boy. Man, he hit that. Man, he just got stacked up when he landed and got low and late and really just got thrown up over the handlebars. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, I hope so. That looked like about the biggest crash we've had on the weekend.
Absolutely. Well, sure, we'll get a rerun of that. He just didn't land that well, and that just put him right down in that hole in a bad position. So
yeah, turn your attention to the big screen here. I know you're following it anyway, but we may have a replay of that roll in. We'll see.
Yeah, that was called getting stacked and jacked right there. Nothing pretty about that. We hope he's okay. Here's a look.
Oh, see how far up his upper body. Oh, man.
Yeah, in layman's terms, he lost his balance. It wasn't fully centered over the ski.
He's okay.
Too much.
No, that's great.
Too much on the tips of the ski there, as you observed, Peter, and his chest went right down to his knees. And man, good thing he's so powerful that he walked away from that one. So he's going to shoot.
Here it is again.
Oh, man.
Almost the splits right there. Whoopsie.
Talk about his incredible strength to fight through that.
That is a excellent veteran maneuver where he knew he was going over, and he punched front as you do in freestyle, knowing that landing on your back is way better than landing on your side.
Yeah, Kerwin just blowing a kiss. I don't know if you checked that out to maybe parents or somebody special out there.
Yeah, Kerwood's going to be on the blue course this time. He's got a disadvantage against Voracek by .122, so there's the big man.
So let's see what Kirkwood has. He skied well yesterday.
Just great to see CB sports brand revitalized. So popular in the 70s and 80s, especially in New England. Everybody had one.
Nick made it to the quarterfinal rounds, Uncle Lee, yesterday, so let's see what he can do today. Can he advance into that semifinals?
This is our final pairing of the round of 8. The winner of this is going to go up against Zachary Teretsglo. This is Voracek, who's been in every Final Four since last year, and they're taking a step out right now. That means we're going to take a breather. We want to thank all the sponsors for being out here. EcoPower, reboosting your phone, your tablet. Thank you very much for providing the $500 dash for cash yesterday. Actual cash handed to the athletes. It was Milzinski and Sovek. That was nice.
Getting thrown around up on the podium there. 20s blowing around everywhere.
Money all over the place, yeah.
And Uncle Lee, let's thank the official insurer of WPS, sportsinsurance.com, and a shout out to Tough Shed, built tough since 1981.
And the mascot, Tuffy. The little mascot cruise now kind of looks like a modified SpongeBob SquarePants. But great to see, and all the universities in the mix, from Plymouth to UNH. Thanks a lot for being out here and supporting.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really foggy. We had a beautiful day yesterday. I don't have to tell you about the characteristics of weather in New England, but there are some shots that look a little eerie almost up there. Adds to the drama.
This is what I expected when I first came east many moons ago, coming from the West Coast. This is what I envisioned it being like. My first trip to Killington was, it had rain, snow, sleet, fog, snowmaking, and ice, and it was exactly what I envisioned, and I appreciated it.
I think when we arrived that very first year, it had been 2016. It had rained for a long time, and then all of a sudden, precipitous drop on the Merc meter, and it ended up being just freezing cold.
We're
still in a big crowd, though.
Big crowd always showing up for the Killington World Cup, and that is temporarily, that's going to be it for Killington. For the Women's World Cup is the season opener in the States anyway. It's going to go to Copper Mountain this next year, right after Thanksgiving. Men's and women tech races. And right now we're going to take a breather from what we're doing and throw it to Hayden Scott with more information. Hayden?
Hey, thanks, Chris. I'm here with another Chris, Christian Sovek, our champion from yesterday. And spring conditions, Christian, but we're here in beautiful Tenney, and we're doing our best with these conditions, and the actual dynamic racing is amazing.
Yeah, sorry, what was that?
You're all about focus, aren't you, Christian? I'm just saying, even though we've got some challenging conditions with the race course today, the actual quality of the ski racing that we're seeing is still excellent.
Yeah, I hope so. I think we're all doing our best, and it wouldn't be an East Coast day without some rain.
What do you learn from yesterday's victory that you take in to your attitude today?
I think it's all about just keeping the intensity and try and hit those ruts.
Try to get the timing right off the back of that rut. And Hayden, my namesake, you did me so proud yesterday with your terrific finish. First podium on the World Pro Ski Tour from the university. Fourth still counts as a podium in the Pro Tour. See, World Cup only has 3. We have 4. So that does count as a podium. So well done indeed. Yeah. So local knowledge, does that help today, Hayden?
No, I have skied on this hill just as much as everyone else, but maybe a little more heart on the hill. So,
did you get any nice comments and support after your great result yesterday?
Yeah, my grandma and Don Rossi, Uncle Don and Grandma. Hope you're watching.
Awesome, and we do thank everybody who's watching on our World Pro Ski Tour social media, Facebook especially. We're up to about 5,000 hits right now and about 100 people watching live. So, ladies and gentlemen, nice big round of applause for both Hayden and Christian as they go back up to the top for our first semifinal.
Thank you very much, Hayden Scott, and thank you for those athletes talking to you, the crowd down there, enshrouded in fog at the top. And look at that, huh? Talk about drama.
As clear as can be for Pea Soup, it's Fjorchek over on the red course and Nick Kerwood on the blue course.
You got to really hand it to Kerwood. He has hung in there.
Yeah. He's just a big drop of water for Fjorchek. We'll see what happens here.
Doing an awesome job in his debut, Kerwood.
That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Skis out of Boston College.
Look how chill Fjorchek is if you were to lights go.
Keep your eye on the red course to see if that rut causes any more problems.
Well, that low camera shot. Trying to pick up Fjorchek coming out of the fog, rain all over the lens, bouncing around there. Fjorchek handles that no problem. But look at Kerwood right alongside Fjorchek. Fjorchek with a 1-2-2 after the first run. Fjorchek knows what he has to do. Look at, he's already put it in neutral and coast across the finish line. And it's going to be Fjorchek moving into the semifinals once again to face off against Zach Termetzkalu.
And that's a really good example of kind of the capricious nature of ski racing. You make one mistake, however slight, and it's going to cost you the race. And we saw Kerwood just that one almost imperceptible bobble, you know?
Yep, and it gets picked apart by the analysts, and that's what happens, and that's why you're not going into the Final Four.
I think he's got a great career in this if he wants it.
So we're hoping to do a much bigger schedule next year.
That's great.
So we're going to throw down to the finish corral for Hayden Scott once he corrals the athletes for the interview. But again, guys like Sovek and Fjorchek can seem to toy with you a little bit, let you think you got a chance, and then when it's time to go, they go.
Yep. Again, thanks to Celsius. I've had a few energy drinks in my time, and this one's, they taste good. They're a little better for you. Thank you, Celsius, for your love and support of the whole tour this year and the past as well. Peter?
Yeah, well, that's what keeps you going, right? You're like the Energizer Bunny, baby.
We had a costume party in Tahoe one time. My friend found the Energizer Bunny rental costume. He drove to South Lake Tahoe, got it, and showed up in the, I mean, it was identical to what you see in the commercial. And he came in as the Energizer Bunny, one of the best costumes I'd seen.
Wow, that's cool. You must have a lot of costumes. How many hats do you have?
I'm in the, I'm over the
100?
Yeah, well over 400.
All right, once again, we'll take a short break because Hayden Scott is down there with some interviews. Hayden?
Hey, thanks, Peter. Zach, from Canada, not from America. We just had to change that flag on the graphic. I do apologize. And then the other thing we've been having a hard time with is your last name. Can you give us the proper pronunciation?
It's Temertziglu.
Temertziglu. Ladies and gentlemen, on three. 1, 2, 3. Temertziglu. Well done indeed. And you find yourself in a semifinal again after your third place yesterday. You're riding the momentum from your great skiing yesterday, it seems.
Yeah, it's great. It's tough out there, but Tenney's doing a great job to make it possible, and all the volunteers are awesome making it happen, so thank you.
Philip second yesterday, back into the semifinal. Clarkey on the mic said how you're very spatially aware of where your rival is next to you on the course, and that you purposely put it into neutral over the last 4 gates. Is that true? Are you aware of where your racer is next to you as you head towards the finish each time?
I mean, yeah, he either you can see him or not, but so if you don't see him, he's behind you. I mean, yeah, it's honestly what it is.
You're unconscious at this point. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give our second 2 semifinalists a nice big round of applause and some encouragement as they go back up to the start for our second semifinal. Back to you in the studio.
And that is that. Fjorchek ready to do battle with T-Glue. And we got the ladies up top ready to rock and roll in the first run of 2 of the semifinals. This is Elena Exenberger, totally focused, committed, the Austrian. She's going to go right up against the Norwegian, Kaja Norby, who won yesterday. She won back in Aspen, and she too is focused with that Norwegian ponytail. made especially for today. One of two races coming up, Norby on the red, Exenberger on the blue.
So hopefully we see those lights through the fog. There's a closer camera shot. Yellow to green, counting down now. Milzinski and Exenberger, 4 women in the finals today, are back there again. Milzinski, the Canadian, in second yesterday, looking for that top step of the podium today. A couple more to go before we determine that. Through the bouncy section goes Milzinski, making it look easy. I shouldn't say easy, but smooth. Milzinski, clean, low, trying to absorb the terrain. Excuse me, Norby and Exenberger coming at you. Jump the pair ahead. Through the rainy lens, it's hard to see who it is down here. So across the line, Norby gets the win with a 2.68, 2.68 for Kaya and Norby on their first of 2 runs over Lena Exenberger, .268.
Up top, Milzinski on the blue course, yes, and sister Norby, Tuva. There you go. Clearing off those lenses, ready to rock and roll, taking deep breaths, both of them. Milzinski blue, Tuva Norby red. One of 2 races starting right about now.
Bang! Doors open up. Looks like Norby gets a jump over on the red course side over Milzinski as he drops down into her duck. Milzinski pulling alongside into the Mazda jump. Let's see how they handle the rough section right here. Norby gets bounced around. Man, that is just violent in there on the red course side. Milzinski starts to pull away on the blue, not by much. Touches down with a little bit of an advantage as they make their way over the Tenney Mountain jump. It looks like it's Norby out in the lead. We'll have to go to the clock to that one. Looks like Norby gets it done with a .149 going to Tuva Norby on their first of 2 runs in that semifinals. Norby 149 over Milzinski. They'll go back and switch courses. In the meantime, we'll get the men back up there.
Well done, ladies. Well done. Lickety split back up top. The weather is moving in. That's why we moved the start up today, because it's not supposed to be great after the 3 o'clock hour, so says the forecast. Anyway, it's a winter sport.
So watching Sovek at the top clear those goggles the best he can before they go out on course. Man, if the goggles are anything like the camera lenses, we can hardly see the athletes through the camera lenses as they make their way out of the fog. So Sovek and Dahl set to face off as we get ready for the first run of the semis for the men. And it's Termetsglu and Forchek, your second pair.
Yeah, Sovek has not done any worse than second place since Bear Valley last year. So the guy has amassed all sorts of cash. He loves himself some chess. He likes skateboarding and tennis and golf. So he's quite good, quite well versed in all that he does. University of New Hampshire's own Hayden Dahl. We talked about his father, who probably is in the mix. Ivor Dahl, a longtime industry rep for a variety of brands, and great to see him the other day. I hadn't seen him in a few moons. Again, he's doing it, Hayden Dahl, for the University of New Hampshire, studying data analytics.
8 athletes remain in these 2 divisions. The men and women were ready to go. Here the course clear from John Jacobs. Kevin Kiley clearing from the top. Mark Landau on the clock here, ready to go. TV's getting clear. We're ready to send this run as we clear the graphic. So still waiting on the athletes to move in there. Now we go back to the top with that rain-covered lens. We've been fortunate that it's held off with only 6 more runs to go. So 2 runs in this semifinal round and 2 runs for the finals.
I just want to say a word because we've had a lot of UNH athletes. Is understandable because we're not very far away from Durham. But a big shout out to Brian Blank, the head Alpine coach at UNH. Should be very proud that a lot of his charges are skiing in this field today. Thank you.
They've come on as a real powerhouse, UNH, the last several years. Plymouth State also some great skiing. Big thanks for the university system here in New Hampshire for supporting the World Pro Ski Tour here at Tenney Mountain. A lot of young folks in here last night with our Grateful Dead cover band. They were outstanding. Good time had by all. Right now it's serious business with $10,000 on the line for first, $3 grand, $25 and $1,500 for who will get the top prize today. 2 runs to go in the semis, and on to the finals we go. The men getting ready for their first of 2. Women already had their first with Norby and Norby coming out on top over Exenberger and Milzinski. They'll go back and switch courses, narrow it down to 2 for the finals here at the World Pro Ski Tour, presented by New Hampshire's Pro Open by Mazda.
All right, our course workers, again, thanks a million for all the efforts you see on your screen there. That is our in the hole, so to speak, category for the gentlemen that are waiting. First, that's going to be Tiglu and Vorchek. Right now, it's Dahl and Sovek clicking into their twigs and going to line up for run 1 of 2. I do a lot of testing of skis. I've signed on with Atomic, and I've been getting some detuned versions of some World Cup GS skis as of recent. For the first few runs, I'm like, I have no business being on this thing.
Yeah, you can't turn them.
Jeez,
until you get going about 40. You
that's-
got to step them around the first 2 or 3 turns until you get rolling.
And so once I figured it out, right, it's a stay centered and forward ski. As soon as you get in the back seat, it just teaches you a lesson. And I'm skiing those things on the open face at Squaw, now Palisades, on a head wall. Yeah, and once you figure it out, the thing is an absolute beast, but totally unforgiving. But the skis this day and age, thank you to all technology, all the engineers that are doing things on skis. It's a different ballgame than it was 20 years ago.
So here we go. Uncle Lee?
Sovek, you ready to get her done one more time? Our tour champ from last season, yesterday's victor. He won both events in Aspen earlier this season. He's really the one to beat. That's where he wears number 1. Hayden Dahl, he did a fine job yesterday of manhandling the course as best he could, running through the field, getting into the small final and finishing 4th. And right now, he's got his work cut out for him in 1 run of 2 here for the New Hampshire Superstar. Here we go.
So the Wildcat athlete getting focused through the fog as he's facing off against a guy that's been unstoppable here in the tour for a couple of years. Christian Sovek waits for the lights to go green. Back in the tails of his skis they go. Out goes Sovek, leaves Dahl. Sovek timed it perfectly. Knows he's got his hands full. A guy that's been on the podium yesterday. Sovek down in his tuck. Dahl right there with him over the Mazda jump. Bounces way through the red course side. Sovek getting some pressure now from Dahl. Here comes Dahl to the Celsius jump. It's still Sovek. The freight train starts shoveling the coal to it. It's Sovek out in front of the red course. Going to finish first. Across the line he goes. Sovek wins the run by 2:47.247. Winning the run is Sovek on their first of 2 here in the semis.
Did you say throwing the coal into the engine? I heard that was good. Yeah, Sovek smooth, slithering, and Dahl hammer down, and he's got his work cut out for him. Who do you see next in this one, Peter?
Vorchek, well, we just saw a quick picture of him, and there is a man up there who wears number 32 for UNH.
Zachary Temeretsoglu from Toronto, Canada, attending UNH.
Zach has been really strong this weekend.
Yeah, he's learning a little bit more as he goes along, and you can see the moisture hitting the lens there. Again, winter sport, this is what it is. There's Tiglu is the nickname.
Oh, you got to love New England in the springtime.
Here it is.
And tomorrow will be 0.
Now the next day, 65.
All right, as we focus here for the first run of the semis for Temetsgalu and Vorchek. Ready to go, out on track, and it's Vorchek predictably getting that jump with the experience he has. But Zach not far behind on the red course. Strong yesterday through all the rounds. Temetsgalu out front is Vorchek as he tries to close the the gap over the Celsius jump, and it's Vorchek. Freight training away over the Tenney jump. There he goes. Puts it in neutral. He's going to. Oh, he's wide. He's wild.
That's unusual. You don't see that very much from him.
Just as I say, he puts it in coast. He gets himself low and late and out of shape. Wins the run, but barely by 2.25. Vorchek wins the run by 0.225. There's no letting up on this course. It's challenging all the way to the finish. Here's the replay. And he gets low when he gets late, and he's fighting to stay in there. Man, that was a save. And Mark Landau's watching the timing lights going, woo! He looks over his shoulder, smile on his face going, That was nearly a costly mistake. Could have put him out.
Boy, I'll say kind of almost an outrigger there for a split second.
He just got casual over that jump, and then he ended up running late and just scrambling to stay back in it. But he's a bull. He fought through it.
The starters up there, just a really important job. We thank all of them that are up here today. Takes an army of people to make it work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kevin Kiley closest to us, and Randy Patson and Randy's wife is down in the merch tent with Susan Jacobs. John Jacobs midway down the course, keeping his jury eye on that midsection of the course.
Looks as if they're watching some good comedy right now.
They were probably watching the last run.
They probably were.
Man, it's a thankless job for those guys. We've had some sub-zero conditions, and you got to fight through it, the good, the bad.
Yeah, that they had their gloves off, that's actually a good thing, because that was not the case.
They were smiling.
That was not the case in Aspen.
No heated socks today, no 3 layers of long underwear. Big thanks to the snowmobile guys. Those guys are having some fun running up and down this hill, hauling the athletes. Those guys are going to be here next weekend. They're going to have this full-on lap around the mountain race.
Oh, yeah?
And a hill climb here.
Super.
So
I had a lap that was interesting down what might have been the old access road here.
You went down that?
Boy. Yeah, I went down it. Halfway down, I'm like, you got to turn around, Graves, But
once you got by where our road for our house is, which is about 100 yards down, that's where some really big lumps are.
Oh, baby. Yeah. I realized soon that that is not the way I came up.
No, Ed Rogers and I are staying down below there with Lisa Mutz and the crew, and Ed bouncing the bottom of the car off those big lumps that have pushed up there.
I never saw any of that big since Sugarloaf a few years ago. There's some good ones out there. You just saw wiping off the goggles, so they have as good a visual acuity as possible.
Have you used the Ski G before, Peter?
No.
What's a Ski G?
Okay, so this is circa 93 in Squaw. And this box of squeegees, take a squeegee like you'd use for your car, right? And it's got a hole in it, and it goes around the thumb on your glove. And when your goggles get wet, you do this, and you wipe it clean, and it's a squeegee.
You're kidding me.
No, for your goggles. They are pure gold.
Does it work?
Oh, it's absolute magic. In Tahoe, we have a lot of wet snow, a lot of days like this. You have to have one. It's the #1 market for it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So on my motorcycle gloves, I have a big, it's like a wiper blade that goes down the length of the thumb. Same thing.
Yeah, Grando Gloves made a pair integrated into it. I believe Gates did it as well. Burton might have put one in, but it's it's a great piece of plastic. It was $2.99 back in 1993. It's $2.99 at the stores now. They haven't raised the prices, and they are pure gold on wet days.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, little pieces.
Windshield wipers.
There is Melzinski getting Norby, getting into the gate for Norway, one of 2 sisters.
Yeah.
She out of the University of Utah.
And Exenberger along next to her, Uncle Lee.
So it's CU and the Utes.
Utes and CU. Okay, getting dialed in. This is for 1 spot into the finals. The lesser will go to the small final. The green is going to go now.
Bang, out on track they go. Norby now on the blue course holds the advantage after their first run with a .268 when she was on the red side, touching down. Norby out in front, moves her foot to the right a little bit to stand on it in the top of the turn. Boy, she's absorbing the ruts nicely, smooth and clean. Good separation, upper body staying calm, legs doing the work. The Bilstein shock absorbers across the line. She go. Wow, Exenberger turned it around, but it was not near enough. On the bottom, she had a 0.55. On goes Kaya Norby to the finals once again this weekend, Uncle Lee.
All right, well, we'll see if Melzinski will go into the finals. I bet she will, barring anything unusual happening.
We will see here as Norby, Miss Tuva Norby has the advantage by .149, so it's either going to be sister versus sister, or
spy versus
spy, or will it be Melzinski joining Kaya Norby?
Chef.
3, 2, 1.
Bang on course they go. Melzinski trails Norby after the first run. It was Tuva with the advantage. Tuva on that blue course side. Let's see how Milzinski handles the rough ride here on the red, bouncing around. Milzinski right there with Norby. This is going to be a close one. Norby had the 149 advantage. Milzinski looks like she has a little bit of an edge. Can she make up that 149? Milzinski's going to get there first, but Norby fighting for every bit of it across the line she goes. Milzinski wins by... I don't see any time on the board here.
Took that. I'm not sure.
We don't.
And it just might be even, Steven. That was really close. Stand by.
It was dead even. That gives it to Norby. Norby won the first run by 149. They tied crossing the finish line there on the tape. Dead zeros across. On will go Norby. Milzinski will go down to the small final.
I don't recall an even money run right there. So that's to the zeros of the thousandth of the second. Nice even racing by Norby and Milzinski. It's the Norby sisters in the final. Exenberger, Milzinski in the small final. Look at that.
That's really interesting. Great storytelling, and that's how close it was.
Copy.
All right, we go into the men now. Things are running pretty quickly up there. Could be a mirror image of what we had yesterday. We'll see.
Sovek and Dahl. Sovek has a .247 advance. Mr. Hayden Dahl looking to pull the upset over Sovek. And then the next duel is going to feature Temeretsoglu against Forchek. And Forchek has a 225 advantage. So similar situation. 3 of these 4 were here yesterday. The new addition to this Final Four is Zachary Temeretsoglu. Nice to see the advancement.
And Sovek, of course, skied for the University of Denver, coached by Jonas Rasanen. He is a friend of mine, Otto Chudi, big supporter there, has endowed that position. So it's the Otto Chudi head alpine ski coach. Otto skied on this tour many years ago, and he had a really gnarly goatee, and they called him the Wizard. And that was so cool. And Otto, for years, I've been a big fan of his because of his love and support of skiing.
So you remember there used to be a poster of him coming out of the Moffat Tunnel. And it's his image arcing a big old turn because he skied for Winter Park on the Pro Tour. Such a cool poster because the train comes right into Winter Park through the tunnel there.
Through the Moffat Tunnel.
So yeah, it was really neat poster.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Winter Park hosted so many great World Pro Ski Tour events in the past. Such a great venue. Maybe we go back there someday.
This is good stuff. Nice to have you all here. Those that have lingered and stayed all weekend here, thank you kindly. It's the 2 o'clock hour here at Tenney Mountain in New Hampshire, as my youngest daughter called it one time. Dad, that's where you get the hamsters. New Hampshire. Yes, dear. We now set our sights on some of the final runs of the day. This is Sovek. He's on the blue course now against Dahl. Dahl's on the red course, and the advantage goes to Sovek, .247.
What's Hayden Dahl have for him, Peter? You think anything?
I've been really impressed that he's hung in this far. He could be one of the big surprises this weekend. I think it's possible.
But Sovek, I believe, toys with a lot of people. He can come out even on a 24-second course, pace it, then when it's time to go, he goes. Here we go, out on track. Does Dahl have anything to stop the freight train? Sovek drops into his bullet. Even down in his bullet, he's getting the energy out of the ski. Throws a quick stivet in. Things are rough up there. Both courses running about even. Here comes Dahl, putting the pressure on Sovek. He needs to win it by over 0.2 of a second to stop Sovek. Sovek touching down. Dahl right there, scrambling to the finish. He's going to cross first. Will it be?
I think Dahl gets
he does it.
2.86.
Needed a 2.47.
Oh, Dahl. He is pumped.
Unbelievable charge from Dahl at the bottom. He was trailing all the way. A 2.86. Sovek at a 2.47.
Wow,
Somebody
that's a big surprise.
Sovek.
And what did I say, fellas?
It was a 50-50 chance, Peter.
Yeah, I know. You're absolutely right.
No, you're right, but applied the hammer down here. The freight train of Sovek was moving, but Dahl just got the straighter line and gets it by, what was that, 4/100ths of a second?
Look at the reaction. Well, okay, we're going to stop the tape.
Waiting anxiously. Sovek looks over or at the back of the top. Temetskalou looking over at Forecheck. Can he stop Forecheck? Could we have two new athletes in the finals? Got to run the run first. Forecheck with the advantage. He switched over to the blue or the red course now. Forecheck with a 2.25 advantage over Temetskalou.
Forecheck's going to be tough to beat. He's just so smooth. He's got it down.
Oh, look at the strong start he gets to, carrying that advantage after the first run of a 2.55. He's on that rough red course. Into the first jump they go, over the Mazda jump. He touches down, smooth and clean, getting bounced around, absorbing the energy in those long legs. As Zach starts to trail now, here he goes. The big guy, making it look easy. There he goes, just letting up a little bit, trying to save some energy for those finals. He goes across the line. He'll move to the finals to face off against Hayden Dahl. Is Philippe Forecheck.
And Tiglu will go against Sovek in the small final. 8 races remaining, 4 for the ladies, 4 for the men. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here at Tenney Mountain for the World Pro Ski Tour.
Well, Zach has been great. You know, just to get this far is very, very impressive. All right, well, we have the small final, the Kleinis finale, the Ultimo Giro coming up when we return to Tenney Mountain.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose a detour. That was interesting. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Yeah, that's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose the things you love. Good boy. You know what? Choose love. Choose your path. And while you're out there, get your hands dirty. Choose to make something. Choose loud. Actually, choose quiet. Choose to feel it. Choose now. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. You know who you are.
Wake up.
All right, getting ready to go. The ladies, small final first. Elena Exenberger and Erin Milzinski get ready to go in their first of 2 runs in the small final, gentlemen.
Yeah, this should be a really good matchup here. 2 seasoned athletes. Milzinski, a 3 or 4 time Olympian for Canada. Remember the country that gave us the crazy Canucks that back in the 70s and 80s were just incredible. Todd Brooker, Ken Reed, Dave Murray, and then later on Rob Boyd. Yep, and others.
Yeah, great. A lot of great TV personalities rolled out of that as well. Just nice, humble, modest, talented racers. A crazy Canucks.
Yeah, and they wore those yellow suits all over Europe on the World Cup Tour, and they were very easily recognized. Became kind of a cult following in skiing.
Yeah, and this year...
Dave Murray was part of it, too.
That's right. Crazy Dave's got a beautiful daughter named Julia, who's a strong skier, cross competitor. But also, this year at Kitzbühel, won 1st and 3rd place in the downhill. Crawford taking the win for the first time in decades for Canada. So a great season on the Alpine side of things.
There goes Milzinski, slotting in behind the start doors on the blue course. There they go. There's Milzinski. Ready to roll with the small final first run. Exenberger and Milzinski behind the doors, waiting for the lights to go yellow and green. The CU buff looking on. Back of the tails. Oh, she messed that
boy,
one up
that's going to be
badly.
costly.
Just wrong timing. Trying to get that jump over the defending tour champion, Erin Milzinski. Here she comes, fighting back hard is Exenberger, but it's Milzinski in control over the Celsius jump into the Tenney Mountain jump. The Canadian comfortably out in front, the first of two runs. Here comes Exenberger charging hard. She gets it done at the bottom. Exenberger fights back hard to win the run. It's Exenberger with the win, 3-0-3. Wow, just when you look like Milzinski had it, Exenberger turns it around and wins the run there. That was a power charge at the bottom.
That had a little bit of everything, Clarkie. I'll tell you, that really surprised me. She missed her timing in the start gate. She was kind of on the back
I
swing.
wrote her off.
Yeah, and that was an amazing performance.
I had stopped talking. I had Milzinski across the line in the win, but boy, howdy.
Boy, no quit that girl.
No, good job, Exenberger.
She just fought all the way to the finish, and that's what you got to do. You just, stay focused on your own course, because you got to hope that there's going to be a mistake or your competitor lets up or something might happen, and she just proved right there, fighting to the finish, worth every bit of chance you take and straighten it out. Let's go to the top.
I'm not a gambling man, but I'm guaranteeing you that one of the Norby sisters is going to walk away as the winner after these two runs.
So this way we got 100% chance.
100%
instead of that
chance.
50-50.
Yeah. So you're
I'm
saying there's a
calling one of the
chance.
Norbys as the winner here, which may surprise some of you.
Out on a limb.
Yep.
All right. University of Denver, Tuva
I'm going to
Norby.
go way out on a limb.
University of Utah, Kaya Norby, yesterday's winner. They're both from Norway. They're from the same mother and father, and they're going to do it right now, run number 1 of 2.
So
Both
it
from
helps,
Oslo.
helped that the girls, as Kaya on the red course side with the red suit. Tuva with the blue, out on track they go. Kaya gets the jump over Tuva on the red course, down in the tuck. They both go. It's like a mirror image of these two skiing into the Mazda jump. It's a red course with the advantage. It's Kaya out front over Tuva as they work their way into the Celsius jump. Good skiing by both of them, equally touching down into the Tenney Mountain jump. Maybe it's a little bit of Tuva taking it away, but here comes Kaya. Looks like Kaya's going to have it at the line. That red course gets straight and quick at the bottom there. Kaya wins the run by 2-0-2. The sisters will go back to the top. One more switch courses. We'll switch gears and go to the men's side now.
Peter, that looked like synchronized sister skiing.
Yeah, my guess it doesn't have to do with racing tactics, but they've obviously skied a lot together, and they know each other's strengths and perhaps their weaknesses too. But neither of those gals show a lot of weakness, and they are competing with the sportsinsurance.com team.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 finalists and are on that team. Thank you to sportsinsurance.com for your support and love. The boys are out in effect here. And if you need some insurance for the sport you're involved with, sign up, get some. It's going to help your life out.
A look at Sovic.
So this is the small final as they get ready to move behind the doors for their first of 2 runs. Sovek eliminated by Hayden Dahl. So strong scene by
Bit
Dahl.
of a surprise, too.
And Zach Temetskalou with the matchup against Sovek. He is over on the blue. So Sovek with the number 1 on the bib. Moving behind the doors. So dominant for the last several years on the World Pro Ski Tour is Christian Sovek. Zach Temetskalou facing off there. Looking out through the fog on the blue course, waiting for the cadence.
Yeah, we weren't aware of Christian Sovek. He shows up in Aspen last season, won that, took a second, won Bear Valley, took a second, and started amassing cash. Won the tour last year. This is the small final, run number 1. Sovek on the red, Temetskalou on the blue.
Temetskalou doing a good job trying to keep it close, but Sovek so powerful out of the start. Let's see what he has for this red course as they touch down here. The second turn's wicked rough. You see him bouncing around. Double rut developing. Oh, he's all kinds of twisted and sideways. It's Temetskalou trying to make it close here. We see what happens in the red course after the Tenney jump. It gets straight, it gets fast, and as the big guy crossing the line with significant margin, across he goes with a maximum differential going to your tour leader, Sovek. 0.70 max differential. So,
we're now ready for the final.
Back to the top.
Half of the final. God bless you, Peter. The vision of Mr. Hayden Dahl. It put him in a good spot to beat. Tour defending champion, yesterday's champ, Sovek. Can he now take down Filip Forchek? One at a time.
So it's going to be interesting. 2 runs to go to determine our champion here today as we move behind the gates for their first of 2. The men's finals. Here we go, looking out to the fog across the valley. We've lost that beautiful view we had for several days here in this beautiful warm weather. Didn't freeze last night, so it's been a real challenge to keep the track maintained. Guys doing a great job keeping things running all day here as they're getting bounced around, regular rodeo ride.
Hayden Dahl is a big fan of Star Wars, so suffice to say he's going to utilize the Force right now. Here he goes.
Out on track, and of course, Forchek, he's so powerful, he gets that jump, but Dahl right there with him, he's figured it out too. Forchek has the advantage going to the Mazda jump by about a ski's length. Forchek, get on that inside ski. Dahl straighten it out on the red. He knows he gets quick at the bottom here, but he can keep it together. Stay with Forchek. Forchek down first over to Celsius jump, down in his tuck. Really absorbing the jumps and the energy. Forchek going to cross the line first. He gets the win, 1:49. Forchek takes it with a .149. They'll go back and switch courses. One more to determine our champion. We'll get them all back to the top one more time to determine our champion in day 2 of elimination rounds.
And Kevin, Uncle Lee just said the right word, commendable for Dahl. It's really adapted very quickly to this format, and that guy is tough. So, I mean, we've seen some great racing. Here we are back to the top. This will be the small finals.
Yeah, for $4,000 total. Third place takes $2,500. Fourth is $1,500. It's either going to be Milzinski or Exenberger.
You know, pro racing is interesting. You're racing head-to-head, but you're really racing your course. You've got to
absolutely right.
Stay focused on your course, not let the fact that there's somebody skiing next to you. As soon as that gets in your head, you start making mistakes. You lose your focus on getting in that rut, really riding it around, staying ahead of the course. Quick feet, good transition, good separation. These guys are at the top of the game here. Milzinski and Exenberger getting ready to go as we watch the camera with the rest of the athletes. There's the 2 Norby sisters getting off the 4-wheelers, the side-by-sides. Those guys been busy all week hauling us around here, hauling gear, hauling athletes, and the snowmobile guys been a huge help too as we face off here. One more run to go at Tenney Mountain.
You see them, they just buckled in those boots, making sure all their equipment is in perfect running order. Goggles are clean. As Milzinski, the Canadian, gets into the starting gate one last time.
Yeah, they had a nice summer trip out to Tahoe this year. Her dude, Lenny and Aaron, they came out for Travis Ganong and Marie-Michelle Gagnon of the Quebec area. They got married in September, and Milzinski and Lenny came on out. It was a great wedding right on the backside of Squaw, front side of Alpine. So using that bus that they have for great tours. Here we go, Milzinski. She's up against the ropes by just a little bit.
So was Milzinski, who led all the way to the final jump, and Exenberger turned it around on her with 3 to go on the red course with a 3:03
on course
advantage. And Exenberger gets a great start over on the blue course. Here comes Milzinski, though, trying to turn around at 3:03. She knows the red course gets quicker down here. She can make it through this section without any problems, staying in the center of the ski. Milzinski and Exenberger over the Celsius jump, touches down. Here's the opportunity for Milzinski to try to straighten it out. Exenberger still has the advantage. These gates can be quick down here. Milzinski trying to straighten it out across the line to go. Milzinski wins the run, but not by near enough. Makes up a 0.25, needed 3:03 on. Goes Exenberger to the 3rd place spot, and Milzinski in 4th today.
Yeah, swapped it around to how they finished yesterday. So nice job, Elena Exenberger up in at 1. Milzinski takes 4th, and we're ready for the ladies' final. Take a deep breath. It's time for the Norby sisters to do their thing. It's Tuva Norby against Kaya Norby. Kaya walked away victorious yesterday in 1st place. She is loaded into the blue gate this time. Her sister Tuva over on the red side of things. The advantage goes to sister Kaya with a 2:02. Final race for the ladies here. Who you gonna take?
Norby.
A Norby.
Yeah.
Norby. There you go.
As we digress, a long day of getting it done here. Big thanks to everybody making it happen here. It's been a rough ride today. As here we go. The lights go. 3 yellow, 1 green. Doors open up and out on track to go. Kaya over on the blue course has that narrow margin of victory after the first run of a 2:02. Kaya and Tuva touchdown over the blue jump, and it's bouncing around as Tuva over on the red course side. Kaya out in front and charging away. But we've seen the red course turn it around over the Tenney Mountain jump, trying to straighten it out on the red, and it's going to be Kaya getting there first. Back-to-back victories. Tuva wins the run by 0.39, not enough to make it up over the 2:02 sister Kaya had. So Kaya on the top step of the podium, and Tuva on the second step, guys.
Norby. And there's the boys up top watching it, and it was a close one. And as we promised, the Norbies won.
They've been great. Both have a lot of college racing experience, of course. And we are ready to open the gates soon for that special moment in time, one final time.
In the mogul skiing days years ago, that was Brad Holmes and Cameron Boyle. They were always in the 1, 2, 3, 4 area. They came up with an event plan saying, if we make it to the finals, how about we split the prize money? So if it was like 10 grand versus 5 grand, they just split it down the middle, 7,500, no matter who finished first.
One of the girls pooled their money.
Yep.
Goes into pool. Well, shit.
Hey, thanks a million, Steve Kelly and the entire crew here at Tenney Mountain, doing a fabulous job in all sorts of a variety of conditions out here, and to welcome the World Pro Ski Tour here to New Hampshire after a long break on the East Coast. We're very grateful. Thank you for having us. We look forward to more in the future as to what this place will look like with development plans and what the Pro Tour has.
As Steve Kelly says, it's teamwork that makes the dream work. You've put together great staff. Joe Plouffe, Mark Evans, Mike heading up that crew. Those guys have just been so welcoming every time I arrived here, shuttling the equipment from New York. There was always the full snowmaking crew. We got it done fast, and we getting it done here. Here we go. Out on track they go. This is a small final. Sovic with the advantage after the first run of a .70 on the blue side against Zach Demetskalu. Say if Zach has anything for Sovic. He's getting base. No way. No way, Ray. I am done. So
it's a little
Zach
surprising.
In fourth, and here he comes. Oh! Nice
Bravissimo!
Yes. Style points for Sovic.
Yeah, I give that a 7.5.
That's right, the Russian judge gives him a perfect 10. Nice.
I don't know quite what happened there.
Out of character for Sovic to have some fun.
Way to
He
go.
always has fun.
Way to go, Sovic. Way to throw the spread eagle in honor of Wayne Wong.
Yeah. Heli mute grab.
Yep.
Here we go.
And so this is T-Glue. After the Mazda jump up top, he gets booted out of there in wheelie bars. That's not going to help you out.
Man, I'm saving my knees for another day.
Yeah, those ruts are massive up there. And then he just decides not to go any further. And then down below, can we get a little freestyle action?
He sees him out of the
Here
corner.
we go.
I think he's on the next jump.
Oh, it's the next one, yeah.
In honor of all the crew here at Tenney, here we go. Style points for Sovic. Look at him.
Oh, he gets the 3. I didn't see the
on
3.
His tails. That was not an easy one.
Nice job, Sovic.
Okay, forecheck focusing right now. He has the advantage over Hayden Dahl, a .149. Now, forecheck is on the red course, where we seem to be very challenging over the top jump, the Mazda jump, the second gate, bouncing through there, but the bottom gets quick on the red course side. So forecheck and Dahl, anybody's race with only a 149 separating the two.
And it's a victory for Dahl to be in this final. I think it's mildly unpredictable. Forecheck, obviously, unbelievably solid. But Dahl has, I think he's surprised a few people.
I think so, too, and it's great to see. That's what this format affords us.
Look at him pump up.
Yeah, he's all pumping it like a gorilla. There's Hayden Dahl, the Wildcat from University of New Hampshire. Proud papa down below, and probably some family in the mix. Doing it for University of New Hampshire.
I expect to see him on the left-hand side with a hugely inspired spot out of the gate. Philip is, of course, a seasoned veteran. He knows how to get out of those gates to his advantage. It's going to be a good run.
So Wildcats in the buff, facing off here in the finals. Back in the tails of the skis, they go out on track. Forecheck It's a big jump. The big guy knows how to get out of the gates. He holds on to the 149 advantage after the first run. Into the Mazda jump he goes, touching down through the rattly part of the course, keeping it clean, keeping it smooth. Here comes Dahl, pulling alongside. Forecheck, get to the second jump, over the second jump. Oh, Dahl wild, but Dahl's still out front. Dahl's trying to make up a 149. Into the final they go. It's going to be Forecheck there first. The win today. What an effort by Hayden Dahl. Forecheck pumps his fist in the air. A big high five from the two of those guys. What an incredible day of racing. Never giving up. Forecheck is super psyched today. We'll be out in the corral to do our awards shortly. Please hang with us and cheer all these athletes on. It's been a long day. Kevin Clark here, Uncle Lee, and Peter Graves. Guys, great working with you.
Thank
what
you.
A show.
Wonderful to work with you. This has been absolutely great. I really want to congratulate those last two athletes. I mean, they were going for it. It's a sport where you got to take some risk, and Dahl was doing that, and he darn near pulled it off.
Besides a bruised, scraped chin on one of the female athletes, a safe weekend of racing. That's a beautiful testament to the course workers and Barrett Stein, our course director. Thank you, everybody. We'll take a breather here and get down there for the awards. Peter Graves is his name. Kevin Clark is his name. He'll be doing the awards. I'm Uncle Lee. It's been an honor and a privilege being here for the 2025 season ender for the World Pro Ski Tour.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, bud. 10-4, buddy. Thank you, Kevin.
It's a big 10-4.
Great job. There we go. We got some sound now. Ladies and gentlemen, long day out there on the hill. What an incredible battle it was all the way through to the finals. Really got to thank you athletes for sticking it out here. It was one rough ride, but as we say, it's the same for everybody in pro ski racing. You got to see both courses. Up here on the podium with me, Chris Sneary and Steve Kelly. Chris, what do you think? Back east here for the first time in a while with the Pro Tour.
This is East Coast skiing, guys. You never know what you're going to get. Yesterday, we had almost 70 degrees, and there was like a Caribbean beach out here. And today, the East Coast weather prevailed. But racers did well. We really appreciate it. I want to thank Steve Kelly and his wife, Lynn, for having us out here at Tenney. His group was amazing operations-wise. Everything went seamless, guys, and we're looking forward to coming back. So, Stephen, thank you very much for everything.
Steve, a few words before we give the awards.
First, big shout out to all the athletes. Thanks for coming and competing. I know it wasn't ideal conditions, but you guys all kicked ass and did the best you could, man. End of the day, someone's got to win, so congratulations to all the winners. Thank you to everybody who came to Tenney to see the first World Pro Ski Tour. We're going to be doing this every year, running them back, bigger, better than ever. So thank you. God bless.
That's Steve Kelly.
It's worth saying Happy St. Patrick's Day to my fellow Irish friend here.
Yeah, dude. Woo! All right, let's go with the ladies. First, and in fourth place, the Canadian Erin Molzinski. For sports, insurance, racing. Erin, we've been doing this for a while, probably one of the roughest days we've seen.
Yeah, my knees feel older than the kids' knees today, maybe.
Man, I give you guys credit. Barrett was on the edge of his seat all day long, worrying, watching people bounce through those ruts. Good job today fighting through, girl. All right, number 3, Elena Exenberger, making it to the podium both days. Where is Elena? All right, she's going to run, get her bibs. We're wait for Elena. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Here she comes. Yeah, it's the bib on. Elena Exenberger, the Austrian. Skiing for CU. So, Elena, same question for you. How are the legs? That was a long, rough ride out there today.
Yeah, I'm glad it's done now, and I'm glad I ended up in the top 4 again.
More champagne. Good job. All right. Let's bring up a former champion and one of the sisters, Tuva Norbe, in the third place spot. Tuva. So, Tuva, how many guys times you and your sister met on the tour?
3 times now.
In the finals, how many?
Only once, but yeah. I think totally though she got me by like 3 tenths, but she won 3 times. So next year.
Next year, she says. Let's bring up Kaya Norby, back-to-back wins here today. Yeah, girl. So fighting all the way through, seeing you guys on the podium here together, just always exciting for us to announce. What do you have to say about the East Coast here today? Gotta like it.
Oh yeah, it was a wet day for sure, and yeah, the snow. It was a battle, but the East Coast, I still like the atmosphere here, and it was all in all a very good day to be ski racing.
I see Dan Flavin with a big check with your name on it. Let's bring Dan up from Mazda. So, Kaya Norby with that $10,000 check, got a pair of them. Yeah, going to be a good ride home. All right, now let's move on to the gentlemen. And Zach Temetskalou. I think I might have it right now after a couple of days of trying. How'd I do with it that time?
That was good. That was better.
That was better. We're working on it, man. We're working on it. It's a mouthful for an announcer. The 3 of us are struggling all day yesterday. Tried to get it right for you, man. Congratulations. You're digging this Pro Tour format, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's great. Tough day, but a lot of fun.
You join us again in the future?
Yeah, I'll be back.
All right, we're looking forward to it, man. Thank you so much. Okay, so in third place today, not a normal place you find him, Christian Sovek. Come on up, Christian. Rocking the shorts still. So, Christian, that young Hayden Dahl pretty quick, huh?
Yeah, he is.
That's all we'll get out of him, I'll tell you that.
Man, a few words, let the skiing do the talking. So let's bring up in third place now that man, Hayden Dahl. Big smile on your face. Big, strong guy. Great skiing, man. That was outstanding. Representing the UNH. Good job.
Yeah. People might think this is rain on my head, but this is sweat. We're high-performance athletes. Athletes sweat. Sweat, baby, sweat. Kiki kra!
Awesome stuff, man. Good job. And a man who's super psyched today. He was never so excited he crossed that finish line in the number 1 spot. Philippe Forchek. So, Steve, that shot ski we did last night with Forchek looked like a help.
Congratulations. Good job.
So, Philippe, that was a big smile on your face when you crossed that finish line for the last run with Hayden.
Yeah, I'm grateful. I, felt a little bit lucky. I had some close calls today, but at the end of the day, I was able to keep it consistent and win. So, thank you guys. Thanks, everyone.
All right, Philippe, good job. So let's bring up Chris Hill from Mazda with a $10,000 check for Philippe Forchek. Let's hear it for all the athletes today. We're going to hand out some champagne and blast everybody here, so run away if you need. All right, let's one more time. We'll start with the ladies. Bolzinski, Exenberger, and Tuva Norby, Kayat Norby, your final 4. And on the men's side, Forchek, Dahl, Sovek, and Temetskalou. Here comes the champagne. Thanks, Tenney Mountain. We'll be back next year. Mike's got the shot ski. Looks like we're going to get back into action.
Hey guys, this is Mike from Ski Legends. We're just going to give a little gift, signed shot ski to Steve Kelly for the lodge here. Ski Legends just wanted to give this to you as a little gift.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy. I got to meet Mike out in Aspen. I want to give everybody, hey, Philippe, I want to give everyone the secret to Philippe's success today, right? How many times did you win before? Zero, right? So last night, what were we doing? Shot skis, tequila and the shot ski last night. So the key to success, keep drinking, have a good time. Thank you for everybody at the World Pro Ski Tour. Thank you for coming to Tenney Mountain. And Mike, thank you for the shot ski, buddy.
You're welcome. I'll hold it for you. All right. Thanks, bro. There.
We good?
Yeah, we're good. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, thanks for coming out. We will see you next year. Thanks again. Check. Good, right?